Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring the entire Nelson family, Ozzie, Harriet, David, and Ricky. Here is Ozzie, who plays the part of Ozzie Nelson. And, of course, his lovely wife, Harriet, as Harriet Nelson. The older of the Nelson boys, David, appears as David Nelson. And his younger brother, the irrepressible Ricky, played by Ricky Nelson. The Nelson's next-door neighbor, Thorny, is played by Don DeFore.
You junior halibuts enjoy that cartoon? Good. Tomorrow we're going to have another one, and it's going to be just as funny. Now, in just a few moments, we're going to have our special birthday guest for today, and he's going to be at the controls when Captain Salty's hydroatomic submarine makes a 30,000-foot dive below the ocean right into the lost continent of Oceanus. But before we do that, boys and girls, I want to post the names of all our junior halibuts who've been graduated to the rank of senior abalones. And you know how they got that promotion, kids? Just by drinking that good old Seafoam root beer. But before we post the names, here's a little musical cartoon called The Dance of the Tadpoles. Say, can we move the screen over here so I could watch it too?
Oh, hi, Rick. What are you watching here?
Oh, hi, Pop. I'm not watching anything. I'm doing my homework.
Oh, you got the television set on.
Well, that's Captain Salty.
Aren't you a little old to be watching that?
I'm not watching it. I'm doing my homework.
Isn't there a news program on or something?
I don't know, Pop. If you want to see, go ahead.
What does this guy do anyway?
Well, he shows cartoons for the kids and has contests and stuff.
That was in honor of all our new senior abalones. Welcome to the land beneath the sea. And now let's make it official with our club salute. Blub, blub, blub.
Did you ever make any dates with the mermaids?
Well, it's a kids program, Pop.
And now, here's our special birthday guest.
Stevie Wagner, Captain.
Hi, Stevie. Well, you're a big boy. Welcome aboard, Steve. How old are you today?
I don't know.
Well, how many candles did you have on your birthday cake?
I didn't have a birthday cake because my birthday isn't until next week.
Oh, well, we'll be thinking of you next week then, Stevie. Now, do you junior halibuts know how Stevie got to be our birthday guest today? He drank 3 cases of Seafoam root beer. So if you'd like to be on Captain Salty's program on your birthday, you start drinking Seafoam root beer right away. After the show, go out in the kitchen and tell your mother to get some.
Did I go out and tell her, Pop, or were you?
No, you're supposed to wait till the end of the show. Besides, I think we have some.
Come on now, let's all sing our Seafoam root beer song. You know the song, Stevie.
What song?
The Seafoam root beer song. Now, come on, all you junior halibuts out there, sing it along with us. Seafoam root beer is the best. Seafoam root beer meets the test. Blub, blub, blub. Everybody, blub, blub, blub.
What's the matter, Pop? You weren't singing.
Hi, Dave. Rick was just watching this crazy program.
Not me. I'm studying.
Well, gee, Pop, I don't think this is such a...
Okay, Stevie, now we're going to make our 30,000-foot dive into the lost continent of Oceanus. We're putting on Stevie's automatic helmet with a hydraulic depressurator.
What's a hydraulic depressurator?
While we're getting Stevie's helmet adjusted, I want to tell all you kids about a wonderful offer that Captain Salty's got for you. How would you like to have an exact model of Captain Salty's submarine? You would? I thought so. This is it. And kids, you've never seen anything like it. It works just like a real submarine. It dives under the surface and shoots 2 real torpedoes, and then it comes up to the surface, and this little hatch here opens up, all automatically. How about that?
How about that?
How do you suppose that works?
Simple, Pop. It's got a little man inside.
I know you'd all like one of these models, so here's what you do. Send in the caps from 6 bottles of Seafoam root beer, along with 50 cents, to Box 22, and your genuine Captain Salty submarine will be sent to you by return mail.
Did you get that, fellas? Box 22.
What do we want it for, Pop? We're not going to send in for it.
Oh. Well, I just thought you might want to. But maybe you better write it down just in case you change your mind.
I can remember it, Pop. Dave, you remember one of the 2s, and I'll remember the other.
And remember, when you send in for your submarine, you're automatically entered in our free bicycle contest. And now, here we go. We're ready to make our dive. Stevie, trim dorsal deflector blades. Set manual oscillators. Captain Salty, to submarine control tower. Ready for dive. Okay, Stevie?
Okay.
Release uranium pellets. All clear. So long, junior halibuts. Dive away. So long. See you tomorrow. Blub, blub, blub. So long. Blub. See ya. Bye-bye now.
Seafoam root beer is the best. Seafoam root beer meets the test. Blub, blub, blub. Everybody blub, blub. Oh, hello, dear.
What have you got there?
Oh, some seafoam root beer. Would you like to have a bottle?
No, and I don't think you should have any either. You'll spoil your dinner. It'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Well, that's okay. This is kind of an appetizer, you might say. Harriet, have you noticed that our boys just don't seem to be interested in mechanical things lately?
No, I haven't. But if they aren't, they take after you. I've been trying to get you to put a light in that upstairs hall for the last 2 weeks.
That has nothing to do with being mechanical.
No, it has something to do with being lazy. You know, you could throw these bottle caps in the wastebasket.
Wait a minute. Don't throw that away.
Well, why not?
Well, that's... I mean, the boys are saving those.
What are we supposed to be saving, Pop?
Oh, hi, son. The caps off these seafoam root beer bottles.
Is that what you're drinking these days? What are you, senior halibut or a senior abalone?
You guys can laugh if you want, but I don't know why you don't send away for one of these submarines.
Submarine? What submarine is this?
Well, it's a model Captain Salty is advertising on his television program.
Television?
You have to send in 6 bottle caps and 50 cents for
And
it.
50 cents. And I don't know why the boys don't send away for one.
Well, there are 2 reasons, Pop. First, you got to drink the root beer, and second, you have to have the 50 cents.
I'll drink the root beer for you. I like it.
Well, that still leaves the 50 cents.
Well, okay. If you want to be chintzy about it, I'll pay the 50 cents, too.
Why don't you just send for it yourself, Pop, and cut out the middleman?
I still don't see what's so great about a submarine.
Well, now, wait a minute, Harriet. This isn't just an ordinary submarine. It's a very interesting mechanical...
Toy?
Yes, I guess you might say it's a toy.
Well, don't you think the boys are a little old for toys?
Well, that doesn't mean they can't be interested in mechanical things. Do you realize what this submarine does?
Well, I imagine it goes underwater.
Well, yes, but not only that. After it goes underwater, it shoots off 2 torpedoes.
Where does it shoot them at?
It just shoots them off. It doesn't shoot them at anybody.
Well, why waste 2 torpedoes?
You're missing the whole point of this. I just don't understand why the boys aren't interested in finding out how this mechanical device works.
I know how it works, Pop.
How?
It dives underwater and shoots off 2 torpedoes.
Well, yes, but how?
There's a little man inside.
Hey, Harriet, if you're so smart, why don't you send away for it?
Because I'm so smart. Come on, fellas, get washed up for dinner. It's almost ready.
We're on our way, Mom. Dive away! Blub, blub, blub. Blub, blub, blub.
Blub, blub, blub. It's very funny.
Making up a list here. Is there anything you want from the market?
No, I don't think so, thanks.
How about some more seafoam root beer? We had 6 bottles, but somehow they've disappeared.
Everybody seems to like it. You know, it's the best. It meets the test.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You ought to send that into Captain Salty.
Well, actually, they do have a little singing jingle that goes something like that. Seafoam root beer, it's the best. Seafoam root beer meets the test. Blub, blub, blub.
Everybody blub, blub, blub.
You heard it.
Mr. Nelson?
Sounds like the mailman.
I'll put down 6 more bottles of seafoam root beer.
Good morning, Mr. Bryan.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Nelson. I got a package here for you. I thought you might want to have it right away.
Oh, I wonder what that could be.
I don't know, but it's the 6th one of these submarines I've delivered this morning.
How about that? I guess the boys must have sent in for one of those after all.
Well, I haven't got one for the boys. This one's addressed to you. I guess all the fathers in town sent in for one of these.
Well, I suppose if the kids aren't interested in mechanical things, it's up to the fathers to sort of stimulate their interest.
I know what you mean. I sent for one myself. Well, I'll lay it on the kitchen table.
All right, thanks a lot, Mr. Bryan.
Ozzy!
Yes! In the kitchen.
Oh, thanks for filling up the sink for me. I'm just going to wash some vegetables.
Oh, well, there you are. It's all filled up.
Unless you want to sail your submarine.
How'd you know I had a submarine?
Oh, I just put two and two together, and it came out 6 bottles of seafoam root beer. Besides, I hope that isn't the time bomb you have in your pocket.
Submarine. You know, according to the mailman, just about every father in town sent in for one of these.
That's cute.
Yeah, shall we see if it works?
Yeah, let's. Well, that's wonderful, dear. It submerges all by itself.
Well, it's supposed to do a little more than that.
When does it fire the 2 torpedoes?
I don't know.
Well, what's wrong?
There's something wrong with the mechanism, I guess. You like that? The conning tower popped right off. It's a fine thing. Half the fathers in town send away for this, and it turns out to be a piece of junk.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe you wound it too tight.
Well, I heard you've got to wind it up.
Do you want me to get the boys to fix it for you?
No. I wouldn't say anything to the boys about this.
Too embarrassing, huh?
No, it's just that... Well, I don't think there's any necessity of... You're not going to talk to the boys about it, are you?
No.
Sure.
On my sacred oath as a junior halibut. Blub, blub, blub.
Blub is right. Hi, boys.
Oh, hi, Pop. You're just in time. Your favorite show is on.
What show is that?
Captain Salt?
Well, tell me you're watching that again.
Oh, I'm not watching it. I'm reading.
You know, Pop, if you really want us to send away for that submarine, we'll be glad to do it.
Oh, no, Dave. I don't think it's worth sending for. Probably wouldn't work anyway.
You seem so anxious to get one, Pop.
Oh, well, yeah, but I've changed my mind.
The way you were talking the other night, we were sure you were going to get one.
Oh, well...
Just goes to show you we don't know you as well as we think, huh, Pop?
That's about it.
And now here's the announcement I know all you junior halibuts and senior abalones have been waiting to hear. The winner of our free bicycle. And here's the name. Little Ozzie Nelson.
Ozzie Nelson, did you hear that, Pop? He won a bicycle.
Oh, I thought you had to send away for one of those submarines to be in the contest.
Well, there's no harm sending away for a submarine.
How did it work, Pop?
Pretty good.
Just one word of warning from your Captain Salty, Ozzie. Don't wind the submarine too tight or the conning tower might pop off.
Now he tells me.
What are you doing?
Oh, just fixing something.
I see you wound your submarine too tight, too.
Oh, now, don't tell me you sent away for one of these things.
No, Catherine did. Congratulations.
Congratulations for what?
For what? For winning the bicycle.
Oh, how'd you find out?
Blub, blub, blub.
Well, of course, I'm not a regular halibut. That is a regular viewer. But Ricky had the program on the Den the other night, and I happened to see it, so I figured I'd send away for a submarine for the boys.
Well, then how come they announced your name as the winner?
Oh, well, I guess technically you might say I was the winner. Well, there's no harm in sending away for a submarine. You just said Catherine sent away for one for Will.
No, she didn't. She sent away for one for me. Ah, you're a lucky guy. Well, what are you going to do with the bike?
Oh, I don't know. We were talking about that at breakfast. Dave and Ricky are a little too old for a bicycle. I thought I might give it to some deserving kid in the neighborhood.
Well, gee, there's a relative of Catherine's who'd sure love to have it. That is, if you haven't promised to give it away to anybody.
No, I'd be glad to give it to him.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'll tell Catherine about it right away. Well, say, have you fixed that yet?
I don't know. I hope so. I've been working on it.
Well, you see, the main idea is not to wind it too tight or the conning tower will pop off.
Yeah, I found that out.
See, just a couple of easy turns will do it. See? Well, anyway, you won the bicycle.
Thanks a lot. Harriet, I was just talking to Thorny out in the garage, and I decided what to do with the bicycle.
Well, sure, I told you to be good exercise.
No, I'm not going to keep it. But Thorny was telling me about this relative of Catherine's. I imagine he's a nephew or something. Anyway, Thorny seemed to think he's a pretty nice little kid, and he said he'd like the bike, so I'm going to give it to him.
Well, I think that's a wonderful idea.
Here's a letter for you, Pop. Special delivery.
Master Ozzie Nelson. What is this? Seaweed.
It's from Captain Salty.
You can have this.
Now, start an aquarium.
Holy smokes.
What's the matter? Were you disqualified?
Well, no, but they're not going to deliver the bike.
Well, didn't you win?
Well, yes, I won, but it says here I have to go down and appear on the program in person to pick it up.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I can't go down and appear on a kid's program, Harriet.
Do you have to?
Well, apparently I do. I'd better tell Thorny the whole deal is off.
Oh, well, you can't do that. You promised. Besides, it'd be more embarrassing if you didn't show up. They'd keep announcing your name.
Maybe you could walk in on your knees.
Well, I'll go down there, but I won't go on the show. After all, I won the bicycle and I'm entitled to it, but there was nothing said about the winners having to make a personal appearance on television, and I'm not going to do it. Oh, I need my other coat, Harriet.
Pop's right, you know, Mom. He's a senior abalone, not a jellyfish.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Would you mind waiting over there for a moment, please? Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for Captain Salty. I'd like to see him, please.
I believe they're running a cartoon right now. Could you tell me what it's about?
Well, yes, I'm Ozzie Nelson. See, I won the bicycle.
Oh.
Oh, I was wondering if I could talk to the captain, to Captain Salty about it.
Oh, well, you go right to Studio B. It's through the curtain there and down the hallway and to your left.
Oh, thank you very much.
How much time for the cartoon's over?
Less than 5 seconds.
Okay.
Captain... Oh, I'm sorry. Salty, my name is Nelson.
Nelson? Oh, that's the name of the winner of our bicycle.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that before you went on television.
I'm afraid it's too late. We're on right now.
Oh!
Hey, Mom, David, hurry up quick. Pop's on television. Just knocked over a bunch of root beer bottles.
So you're Mr. Nelson. You must be the father of little Ozzie.
No, I am little Ozzie. I am Ozzie Nelson.
Well, how about that, Junior Halibuts? Isn't that wonderful? Mr. Nelson here came all the way down to pick up the bicycle for his little boy.
No, not a little boy. I have 2 sons, but they're grown up.
Oh, then you came down here to pick up the bicycle for your grandson.
Oh, no, I don't have any grandchildren.
Oh, well, here's a man who came all the way down here for no reason at all.
No, see, I'm going to pick up the bicycle and give it to my neighbor's wife. She has a relative, and she's going to give it to him.
Well, isn't that nice? Junior Halibuts, here is a grade A senior abalone who follows rule number 6 of our underwater code. Always help another poor fish. Let's all join in a salute to Mr. Nelson. Blub, blub, blub. Everybody.
Blub, blub, blub. Well, thanks a lot. I guess I'll be going now, Captain.
Just a second, Mr. Nelson. You can't walk out there without a diving suit, can you?
Oh, well, no, I guess you're right.
Anyway, I'm sure you're anxious to take the controls of our submarine and pilot us under the submerged islands of Cacamara.
Well, that does sound like fun. How do I do it?
I hope Bob's got his rubbers on.
Now we're ready to make our dive.
Just a second, don't I have to put on the automatic helmet with a hydraulic depressurator?
It's right here.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. I've enjoyed your show many times. It's a wonderful show for the kids.
Well, thank you.
What do I do with this?
You call the submarine control tower.
Oh, what do I say?
Just give them your name.
Calling submarine control tower, Ozzie Nelson.
Fine. Now request permission to dive.
Requesting permission to dive.
I'm just giving you permission. Now pull the hydrothermic neutralizer. This lever over here.
Do I pull it hard?
Yes, give it a good hard pull. Emergency stabilizer.
Look what it says. We have temporarily lost our picture.
And I think we've temporarily lost our father.
Ozzie?
Yeah?
Oh, you were wonderful, dear.
Oh, thank you. Congratulations, Pop. You were swell. Oh, thanks.
You didn't even have any makeup on.
No.
Where'd you do the bicycle?
It's right out in the garage there. See, the whole thing was kind of exciting, especially when the submarine submerged. Hey, Oz! Oh, hi, Thorny. Pardon me.
Oz, you were sensational.
Oh, you saw me on television, huh?
Sure, I watched you right up to the time you blew out the picture.
Oh. Well, actually, that wasn't my fault.
Well, never mind that. Did you get the bike?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, where is it? I want to take a ride before dinner.
Oh, no, Thorny. I don't want you to ride it.
Well, why not? It's my bike.
Well, no, it isn't. It's for one of Catherine's relatives.
That's right. I'm one of Catherine's relatives. By marriage.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Thorny. It was supposed to be for a kid.
Sure, that's me. I'm the biggest kid in the neighborhood.
Well, I'll down the garage.
Good, I'll see you later.
Thorny? Hey, come back here.
No, you can't back out, Oz. A promise is a promise. You promised me the bicycle, and it's mine.
Well, what was that all about?
That crazy Thorny, he wanted the bicycle for himself.
You gonna let him get away with that, Pop?
Well, he won't get very far.
I see what you mean.
The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Now, over to the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. As we join them, Harriet is in the living room, very busy with her knitting, when Ozzie enters the room.
Hello, honey. What have you been doing? You look a little beat up.
Oh, I've been outside working on my victory garden. I think the birds have eaten up most of the citrus, though.
Well, I thought you put up that scarecrow, and he was doing such a wonderful job.
That scarecrow's as good as nothing. You know what I think?
What?
Every time the sun comes out good and hot, he sneaks down to the corner for a short beer.
Well, at least working in that garden gets you out in the sun a little.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm looking pretty healthy, don't you? Of course, it was kind of a rugged winter, you know, and I still have these circles under my eyes.
Mm-hmm, but they look much better now. They used to go all the way around you. Hey, what happened to the side of your face there?
Oh, I cut it, shaving as usual. Hey, which reminds me, were you sharpening pencils with my straight razor yesterday?
Of course not, dear.
Are you positive?
Certainly.
I had an awful time with a blade this morning. I bet somebody was sharpening pencils with it yesterday.
Ozzy, that's absolutely impossible, because I had it with me in the garden all day yesterday cutting out weeds.
Now, look, honey, a razor blade is only for shaving. When I put shaving cream on my face and I get it good and lathered, and then I run the razor over my whiskers,
Yes?
I like to cut them off, not line them up. Now, the only thing for me to do is get an electric razor, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It'll make weeding the garden so much faster.
No, fine.
Say, will you look through that bundle of old clothes before I give them to the relief?
Okay. Hey, where'd you find this stuff, anyway?
Most of it was in the attic.
Oh, boy, where did this long woolen underwear come from?
Well, don't you remember? You bought those for yourself when we were first married.
Oh, yeah. I really started from scratch, didn't I? Oh, honey, wait a minute. Don't give this away. This is my old football suit. Oh, what now? Oh. Hey, I can't find my shoulder pads here. Where's the shoulder pads are?
Don't you remember, honey? Last year you asked me to sew them in your sport coat.
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of tired. That working in the garden must have done me in.
Ozzy, look out. You're sitting on the knitting needle.
Why in the world do you always leave knitting needles on the chair point up? I don't know why you insist on knitting anyway. I'll admit you make good pies and you bake good cakes.
Well, for your
When it comes to-
information, I'm getting pretty darn good at this, too. I've been knitting so much lately, I knit with my eyes closed.
I think that's how you knitted that last sweater for me, with your eyes closed.
Well, so what if I did make it a little large? I thought you'd grow into it.
Harriet, I may get a little heavier, but my arms aren't going to get 2 feet longer.
Well, couldn't you roll the sleeves up?
Oh, I like it where I have it now, as a throw rug in my den.
Well, don't worry, 'cause this one doesn't happen to be for you.
You know, I never will forget that first sweater you knitted for me. Remember, you knitted the back and the front and the sleeves all separately, and then you didn't know how to put it together?
I finally did manage, though.
Yeah, it was so hard to wear. That Scotch tape kept coming off.
Well, it was your own idea.
Hey, that sure is a small sweater you're knitting there. Who's that for, a midget?
You'll find out when I'm ready to tell you, not before. It happens to be a little surprise. Oh, my goodness, look at the time. I'm supposed to be downtown. Here, give me that sweater. Stop looking so puzzled. It's supposed to be a surprise. See you later, dear.
Gee, I wonder what it... Well, of course. Knitting a sweater. So that's her surprise. Oh-ho! Ha-ha! And that Bing Crosby thinks he's so smart. Come in. Oh, hello, Emmy Lou. Come on in.
I just stopped in to see how Mrs. Nelson likes my new hairdo.
Well, I'm awful sorry, Emmy Lou, but she just went downtown. However, if you'd like the opinion of a slightly aging juvenile, I should say it looks super.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Got a big date for tonight?
Well, sorta. It seems that this boy is stationed near here, and his mother is sent him up and down. One of those. He's a terribly nice boy, but I feel like I'm sort of robbing the cradle.
Oh, he's pretty young, hey?
Young. Practically a child.
But he's in the Army?
Yes.
I see. Well, I won't tell anybody. But I do have a little secret for you.
Oh, really? What is it?
I don't know, though. This has to be kept a secret, and you sort of have that, oh, just wait until I run over and tell the girls in the sorority look in your eye.
Oh, no, Mr. Nelson, tell me, please.
Well, it seems there's gonna be a new arrival.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Oh, wait till I tell... Oh, Mr. Nelson. How can anybody possibly think of something like that? When did Mrs. Nelson tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact, she didn't yet. You see, she's trying to pull a big surprise, but I'm a little too smart for her. I happened to see her knitting a little sweater, you see, and...
What's the matter, Mr. Nelson?
Nothing, just a little dizziness for test. And as I said, I noticed her knitting this tiny garment, you see, and... Oh, I'm sorry, would you care for one of these pickles? All of a sudden, I seem to have a craving for them. Would you?
No, thanks.
Oh, well, anyway, here's what I'm going to do. You see, I'm going down to the department store and buy a complete outfit of baby stuff. You know, all the clothes and all everything, you see?
Oh, I catch. And then when she tells you what the surprise is, you can prove that you knew it all along.
Right.
How's the busy spell going, Mr. Nelson?
Oh, don't worry about me. I've been a father twice, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. Let me see. Ricky is 5 and David's about 8 now, isn't he?
That's right. And gosh, you know, it seems like yesterday that Harriet was singing that song they wrote for David when he was a baby. I remember the night she introduced it. It was on Bing's program.
Who's the idol of his father and his mother and his sister and his brother and his cousins and his aunts? Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. Who's the ruler of the kitchen and the parlor and the bedroom, every corner where his little feet can dance? Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. When it's nice and quiet, who's the little lad? Likes to start a riot because it's fun being bad. Who's the perfect little resident? Who's gonna be the president? Why, anyone can tell you at a glance. Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan.
Who's the loudest little shouter? Who's the cutest little pouter? To his sisters and his cousins and his aunts. Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. And from breakfast time till supper, who's the leading breaker-upper of the furniture, the dishes, and the furniture? Nobody else but the kid in the three-cornered pan. He's the son above us, he's the moon and stars. As long as he will love us, this whole wide world will be ours. He's a naughty little rascal, he's a nuisance, but we wouldn't take a million for him if we had the chance. That's what we think of the kid in the three-cornered.
Mr. Nelson, and now with this little stranger arriving, the song will be new all over again.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Oh, say, if you want to get those baby things before the store closes, you better hurry.
Oh, you're right. Well, thanks. I'll be on my way. Goodbye, Annie Lou.
Bye, Mr. Nelson.
Right floor, sporting goods, men's clothing, boots and shoes. Have your butte bands ready. Hey, you want to get off here, mister?
No, thanks. I'm going to the next floor. That's the last one, I believe.
Well, I don't like to seem personal, but the next floor is the maternity department.
Well, it probably seems strange, but I'm going to surprise my wife.
You're gonna surprise your wife. I wonder if there's such a thing as elevator fatigue. Oh, well, up we go.
I I guess I didn't make myself very clear. My wife doesn't think I know it, but I saw her knitting a little sweater.
Oh, knitting a little sweater, hey? Hey, what color?
Why do you ask?
Well, if it was blue, she's expecting a boy. And if it was pink, she's expecting a girl. What color was it?
Green.
Now, that's a devil-may-care attitude. Well, so long, and congratulations.
Oh, thanks. I'd give you a cigar, but I don't have one. It's so hard to get these days.
Yeah, ain't it the truth? Hey, did you hear the one about the guy who found his favorite brand of cigars? He was so happy, he went around giving away his children. Well, so long, bud. Don't take no wooden diapers.
Very funny, wooden diapers. He doesn't know, but that's what they're making them out of now. Gosh, this might be a little embarrassing. Look at all the women. There's nothing on this floor but women. I bet I'm the only...
May I help you, sir?
Oh, well, that is... Well, yes, I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, well, why come here? Have you tried Hobby Lobby? I'm only joking, of course.
I'm sorry, I guess I am a little flustered.
Haven't you ever been a father before?
Oh, yes, twice. We have 2 boys now.
I see. They in the service?
No, they're just 5 years and 8 years old.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, now, what can I do for you?
Well, I want to buy some of the regular baby things.
Well, this is the baby department. See anything you want?
No.
Well, how about a bassinet?
A bassinet?
Mm-hmm. Could you use a bassinet?
Well, yes, I guess so. Now, what else should a baby have these days? Sure.
Well, how about some rubber pants?
Rubber pants? Yes, that sounds good. It does rain quite a bit here in California.
Oh, brother. Well, let's see, what else?
I tell you, I'll take some of those little nighties up there. And some of these little shirties. And a few blankets and some of those 3-cornered pants. You better make those king size.
Okay. How about some talcum powder?
Talcum powder? Oh, no, he won't shave for a long time.
Oh, brother. Or did I say that before? Will that be all then?
Yes, I guess that'll be fine. And will you send them out to the house, please? The name is Nelson.
Okay. And the address?
1847 Rogers Road.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. And I'll bet the baby will look just like you.
Well, we won't care as long as he's healthy. I hope my wife doesn't buy all the same things I just bought. I think she's out making preparations for the new arrival, too.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Nelson. May I help you?
Yes, thank you.
Now, don't tell me you've finished knitting the little sweater already.
Well, no, not yet. But before I went any further, I wanted to make sure I was making the sweater in the right size.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're perfectly welcome to check for yourself. He's in the left-hand cage, the 3rd Cocker Spaniel from the end.
Oh, thanks. I can't wait till we get him home. He's the cutest little dog in your store.
Say, does your husband know about the surprise yet?
Well, he was getting a little suspicious, so I did hint about the new arrival. But I didn't say whether it was going to be a cat or a dog or a parrot, so I'm sure he doesn't know what kind of an animal to expect.
Well, I see. I'll send the dog over whenever you notify me. I hope your husband will be surprised.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Goodbye.
Ozzie will be surprised, and Harriet will be too, if in a somewhat different way. Well, now, during the intermission, Ozzie Nelson will double in brass and step into the pit to lead his orchestra.
back to Ozzie and Harriet. To put it mildly, things have gotten pretty confused with the occupants of 1847 Rogers Road since Ozzie walked in and saw Harriet knitting a sweater for the Cocker Spaniel she's purchased. As a matter of fact, Ozzie is still out shopping for baby things. As our scene opens, Harriet is phoning the pet shop.
Hello?
Hello?
This is Mr. Kern.
This is Mrs. Ozzie Nelson. You left word for me to phone you.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Miss Nelson. Darn that parrot. I'm sorry, Mrs. Nelson.
Oh, I understand. But what is it, Mr. Kearns? I hope my puppy's all right.
Oh, yes, he's fine. But I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. I'm only the clerk here, you understand. And the owner has just informed me that the Cocker Spaniel he chose cannot be sold without his sister. They've been together since they were born, and he wants to keep them together. Naturally, I'll refund your deposit, unless, of course, you're willing to take both of them.
Oh, well, gee, I'm really crazy about that little Cocker Spaniel, and I've already promised my husband a surprise. Oh, I guess it'll be all right. I'll take both of them.
Oh, fine. I'm so glad. I'll keep them here till you want them.
We want them, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. Goodbye.
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 Oh, shut up.
Well, looks like Ozzie's going to get a double surprise. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. I just found out that the little Cocker Spaniel I was going to buy has a twin sister. So I'm going to take both of them.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm. I just about finished knitting one of the little sweaters, and, well, I wondered if you'd help me with the other.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Oh, thanks, Gloria. Now, remember now, don't you say anything to Mr. Nelson, because it's supposed to be a surprise. Big secret.
Oh, you can depend on me, Mrs. Nelson. Nobody can keep a secret better than I can. You know my boyfriend, Elmer?
Yes?
Well, I've been secretly engaged to him for 2 years and nobody knows.
Oh, nobody at all?
Not even Elmer.
Well, that's fine, Gloria. Oh, by the way, when Mr. Nelson comes in, would you tell him I'd like to see him, please? Oh, hello, Pop. Where have you been all afternoon?
Oh, hello, David. I've just been doing a little shopping.
What were you buying?
Well, come on over here and sit down, David. Your Pop wants to have a little talk.
Okay.
Well, David, you have a birthday coming up pretty soon, haven't you?
Still quite a ways off, Pop.
Yeah, I know, but there are some things you have to plan well in advance.
What do you mean, Pop?
Well, I'll come right to the point. Your mother and I have been sort of talking things over. And for your birthday present, how would you like a little baby brother or sister?
Well, if it's all the same to you and Mother, I'd rather have a pony.
Well, I'm afraid a pony's a little out of the question.
Bobby Biddle just got a baby brother. A very nice one, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got him from Dr. Brown. Say, we take from him, too, don't we?
Yes? Yes, we do, David. Are you sure you wouldn't like a baby brother? You seem pretty interested.
Well, I wouldn't want Bobby to think I was copying him. Maybe you'd better give me a baby sister.
Oh, if you're afraid of copying Bobby, maybe we could get his mother and father to exchange their babies.
Well, I don't think they'd take him back. You see, they've already used him 4 days.
Well, I tell you, think it over anyway, David, and I'll talk to you later. Oh, hello, Gloria.
I'll see you later, Pop.
Hello, Mr. Nelson. Did you know that Mrs. Nelson was looking for you?
Oh, no, I didn't. I just got home a little while ago. I had quite a day shopping.
Oh, have you been shopping?
I'll say. I've been to the May Company, the Broadway, Saks Fifth Avenue, and a couple of others.
Oh, Saks Fifth Avenue. I used to be a sales girl there.
Oh, I didn't know that, Gloria.
Oh. And they paid me a big honor when I worked there.
Really?
Yeah, I was voted Miss Sad Saks of 1945.
Oh, fine. Where is Mrs. Nelson?
She's in the other room working on that little sweater.
Oh, so you know about the big surprise, too, hey?
Oh, yeah. Have you heard the latest development?
Latest development?
There's going to be 2 of them.
2 of them. Twins, eh? Gosh.
Did I ever tell you I used to be twins?
You used to be twins?
Yes, my mother wrote and told me she has a picture of me when I was 2.
You've been reading those old joke books again, eh, Gloria? Oh, Harriet.
Yes, honey, I'm in here.
Now, look, Harriet, you don't need to try to fool me anymore, because I know all about your surprise, and I think it's wonderful.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you feel that way about them. You old smarty pants, I can't keep anything from you, can I?
No, I'm afraid I'm pretty sharp.
There's going to be 2, you know.
So Gloria told me, but are you sure there'll be 2?
Oh, positive.
That radar is wonderful, isn't it?
Darling, look, I want you to promise me one thing.
Anything at all, little mother?
Well, if they make too much noise and keep you awake, let me know and I'll have them sleep in the garage.
In the garage?
Oh, yes, it'll be very comfortable. We'll get a little box with some blankets in it and put it over there with the ash can.
Honestly, dear, you have a strange sense of humor sometimes. Oh, I just thought of something. Now I'd better buy a war bond for the other little fella, too.
What do you mean?
Well, when I heard about the little stranger coming to our house, I bought a war bond in his name.
Why, Ozzie, that's silly.
Silly? Oh, now, wait a minute, honey. Don't say a thing like that. Just because the war in Europe is over, don't think for a minute that we can stop buying war bonds. Because now more than ever before...
Oh, Ozzie, you know me better than that.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You mean because he doesn't even have a name or anything yet? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I have a particular preference as to his name.
You have?
Mm-hmm. So I put the bond in his name in an envelope on your desk. And when he arrives, you can open it up and see how you like the name I picked out for him.
It sounds like quite a routine.
Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you, when do you expect the little strangers will arrive?
Sometime next week.
Oh, next week? Now, wait a minute.
Well, of course. I could have had them today.
Today?
Well, yes. But first I want to make sure they had their tails clipped and they didn't have any teeth. You see, they're down at Joe's pet shop.
Wait a minute. You mean you're knitting that sweater for a dog?
Well, of course. Didn't you know that? You said that you... Ozzie, you didn't say...
Oh, no, of course. Naturally, I knew it was a dog. It was...
Some fellow just delivered a big package from a department store. It's for you, Mr. Nelson, from the baby department.
Gloria, he got the wrong address. Just tell him to take it back.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, but I opened the package already.
Oh, you opened it?
Yeah, and you should see. 3 dozen of the cutest little face towels.
3 dozen face towels?
Gloria, those aren't face towels. Wrap them up and send them back. And send back the safety pins that came with them, too. This bed feels good. I sure did a lot of walking today.
Ozzie, do you still insist that you knew all along it was going to be a little dog?
Well, of course, Harriet. Anybody could tell that.
Well, I know I shouldn't have done this, but... Well, I got so curious that I opened the envelope.
What envelope?
The one with the war bond you bought for the dog.
Oh.
I think that's an awful cute name you picked out for him.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Mm-hmm. But won't the neighbors think it's strange that we have a Cocker Spaniel named Ozzie Nelson, Jr.?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
original forms W2.
Do you want to go downtown with me?
No, thanks. I want to finish this income.
I may be a little late. I promised Louise Adams I'd stop by and see her new silver.
She's pretty proud of that, isn't she?
And why not? The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is international sterling.
The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is international sterling. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, present the amusing transcribed adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Great land of America, from the rock-bound coast of Maine to the snow-bound coast of California, from the borders of Canada, famous for Canadians, to the borders of Mexico, famous for Mexicans, from town to city, from mountain to valley, from north to south, from east to west, America is a land of tradition. Tradition is the seventh inning stretch at the ball game, firecrackers on the 4th of July, turkey on Thanksgiving. And at 1847 Rogers Road, Ozzie Nelson, American, is completely enmeshed in what is rapidly becoming one of America's most exasperating traditions. It calls for a complete mastery of arithmetic, trigonometry, surveying, semantics, foreign languages, including double talk and Jabberwocky, not to mention mind reading, and above all, the control of temper.
Total tax and items payable. Attach original forms W2. Oh. Enter your tax from table on page 4, or from line 18 on page 3. Nothing complicated about that. Enter your tax from table on page 4, or from line 18 on page 3. Oh, that's clear enough. Enter your tax from table on page 4, or from line 18 on page 3. Let's read that again.
You don't know how to work it, that's all. I do so. Let's go on.
Boys, please, will you? I'm busy. Now, evidently, what they're trying to say is enter your tax from table on page 4, or from line 18 on page 3. Enter your tax from table. I could push the whole works off the table into the wastebasket.
Give it back, David. It's mine.
For goodness sakes, fellas, how's the government going to know where they stand financially if I don't get my income tax?
Can you fix my squirt flower for me, Pop?
Your what?
My squirt flower, it doesn't work.
You squeeze that rubber ball and the water's supposed to squirt out.
Here, let me see it. There's probably something stopping up the hose.
I squeeze it and nothing happens, see?
It worked that time. Lend me your handkerchief, David.
Gee, I didn't even aim it.
No, that isn't necessary when somebody's looking right into it.
You aren't mad at me, are you, Pop?
No, but I will be if you guys don't run along and let me finish this income tax.
Okay, Pop. You stay there, Dopey.
Oh, David, that's not nice, calling your little brother Dopey.
You know what he did? He spent his allowance on that squirt flower, and now he can't go to the movies.
I don't want to go anyway.
Well, will you guys please finish this outside? Nothing to argue about in the first place. Ricky wanted a squirt gun, so he bought it. You want to go to the show, so go ahead, David. Evidently, Ricky doesn't care about it.
He's just saying that.
I am not wise, guys.
Okay, let's drop it, huh? Ricky doesn't want to go to the show, so let's forget it. Let's see where I am here.
Pop?
What is it, Ricky?
Can I have some money so I can go to the show?
Ricky, why did you buy the squirt flower?
We'll Thornberry saw it in the trick store window.
What's Will Thornberry got to do with you?
He liked it so much he thought I ought to buy it.
Did he buy one, too?
No, he's going to the show with David.
Ricky, what happened to you is a rather common thing. You see, you were talked into something you didn't want to buy. Happens every day. Fellow starts out to buy a car. Before he gets to the car lot, he meets somebody who tells him about a television set. Before he can buy the television set, he meets somebody who tells him about a wonderful movie camera. Before he can buy the movie camera, he meets somebody who tells him about a car. So he buys the car, and he never gets what he really wanted in the first place.
He started out to buy a car, Pop.
Well, that's not a very good illustration. But you've got to learn to be firm, know what you want, and don't let yourself be talked out of it.
I want to go to the movies, Pop.
Yeah, but you've already spent your money.
I want to go to the movies, Pop. You can't talk me out of it.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Ricky. I'll advance you the money for the movies, and next week I'll deduct it from your allowance.
Thanks a lot, Pop.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Hi, Mom. What's in the box, Mom? I bought that gray suit at the style shop. You know, the one you said you liked so much?
I said I like it?
Yes, don't you remember?
No, when was that?
Oh, the day I made you double park to look at it, and the policeman was coming down the street. They had it in blue and also in gray. In fact, I met Louise Adams in the store, and she tried to talk me into taking the blue one. But I stuck to my gun.
You bought the gray one?
Yeah, I kind of liked it better.
Oh, this is very interesting. So, did you hear what your mother just said? It's just like you and Will Thornberry, Ricky. Your mother had the same experience.
Did you buy a squirt flower, Mom? Of what, Dick?
No, it wasn't exactly the same, Ricky, but the point's there anyway, if you want to look around for it.
Say, haven't you finished your income tax return yet?
Oh, just about. I started off with a bang, but the questions after name and address kind of slowed me down. It is the one that's sticking me now.
Enter your tax from table on page 4 or from line 18 on page 3. That's very simple.
Do you know what it means?
Yeah, of course.
I wish you'd explain it to me. I've read it over about 10 times.
Well, it says right here what to do. Enter your tax from table on page 4 or from line 18 on page 3.
Well, yeah, I guess I must be awful stupid or something, but it just sounds confusing to me. Why don't they just come right out and tell you what you owe instead of beating around the bush? It's a sneaky way of doing things.
Here's the table on page 4. Now, we just go down the column to the amount you earned.
See, wait a minute. I see it. Hey, move your head. Here's the tax. Oh, sure. You see, you just enter the tax from table on page 4. It was that stuff about line 18 that was confusing.
Well, go ahead, fill it in. Then you can mail it this afternoon.
No, not right away. I want to look it over a little first and check it with this booklet.
What booklet is that?
Oh, this one that Thorny gave me.
Oh, let me see it. How to Save Money on Your Income Tax, written by 8874392.
I think that's just his CPA number or a code number. His name is on its envelope. No kidding, it's a legitimate booklet. It's got things in it I didn't know about. You know, if I were a doctor, I could deduct part of my car expenses.
But you're not a doctor.
No, that's one I have to pass up. Although I could be a doctor. I've got that big first aid kit we bought at the war surplus store. Hey, you've never had your tonsils out, have you, Harriet?
No, and I don't intend to. And I'll tell you another thing. We're not going to have another mad dash for the post office at midnight, March 15th. Go ahead and sign it, will you? I'll send Ricky with you and make sure it gets mailed.
Harriet, believe me, I don't need to take Ricky with me. I'm a full-grown man of normal intelligence. So give me the tax return. I promise to mail it right now.
Well, I haven't got the tax return.
Well, I thought you picked it up from the table. Just laid it down here a minute ago.
It's not under these papers.
Well, I can't understand what happened to it. I had it right in my hand.
Oh, here it is on the floor.
Oh, no thanks. Ricky, get your coat. You're going down to the mailbox with Daddy.
How do you like my new suit, David? Oh, gee, it looks swell, Mom. Do you think gray is a good color for me? You look swell and everything. David, that kind of talk will only get you 3 desserts. I mean it, Mom.
I heard a couple people say how pretty you looked in church last Sunday. Last Sunday? What was I wearing last Sunday? My blue dress and my blue hat. David, are you sure you like me in gray? Honest, Mom, you look swell. Well, yes, I guess it is nice. Gray's a beautiful color, isn't it? It sure is. It's a lovely color, gray. Look at all the things that are gray. Gray clouds, gray hair, the old gray mare. I wonder if this material will take a blue dye.
Hi, Ozzie.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hello, Mr. Randolph.
Hello, Ricky. Taking your daddy out for a walk?
Just mailing my tax return. Beating the old deadline this year.
Hurts a little, though, doesn't it?
No, I don't mind paying my income tax. It's for a good cause.
Can I drop it in, Pop?
Say, I don't mean to butt into your personal affairs, but are you sure you've taken all the deductions you can?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I have a booklet here. I looked everything up.
Well, there's a lot of stuff you can deduct that most people don't know about. I let my cousin Herman do my tax. He's a tax man. Really knows his stuff, too.
Well, I looked everything over pretty carefully.
Can we mail it now, Pop?
Yeah, here we go. I'll lift you up.
Goodbye, money.
Just a minute, Ricky. Joe, believe me, I took all the legal deductions possible. I'm sure I can't possibly save another dime.
Okay, it's your money.
Up you go, Ricky.
All the government wants is just what you owe them.
Just a minute, Ricky. Joe, I can assure you I made the tax out very carefully. I took every possible deduction. Up you go, Ricky.
Okay, if you want to throw your money away.
Just a minute, Ricky.
I'm getting dizzy.
Joe, are you trying to talk me out of mailing this?
It won't do you any good, Mr. Randolph.
Ricky, let Mr. Randolph talk.
Well, I was just trying to help, Oz. But you probably know all the deductions you're allowed. Little things like deducting the tax you pay on theater tickets. And naturally, you know you can take off the interest you pay on any financing. Here, I'll let you up, Ricky.
Joe, put that boy down.
Go on, mail it, Ricky. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Joe, let go of him.
Pop, you're pulling down my pants. David, do you think this blue handkerchief sets it off a little better?
Gee, Mom, I don't know. If you think you like the blue suit better, why don't you take this one back?
You don't like this color on me, do you?
I like it, Mom, but how about you?
Well, I'm beginning to think Louise Adams is right. I think I'll take it back and get the blue one. But, let's not mention it to Daddy, shall we?
How come?
Well, your father'd say I don't have a mind of my own, and we love Daddy the way he is. We wouldn't want him saying the right thing.
Yes, sir, Ricky, my boy, it was a lucky thing we met Mr. Randolph. Really going to save some money.
That's well, Pop.
It might be just as well if you don't mention this to Mother. See, she might not understand.
Maybe she'll get mad at me.
No, just don't mention it. See, if she asks any questions, I'll do all the answers.
Oh, Ozzie.
Harriet. I was just coming in.
I was just going up.
Is that your suit box?
Oh, yes, it is.
Taking it next door to show Catherine Thornberry?
Oh, that's a good idea. Well, goodbye.
So long. See, Ricky, she didn't even ask whether we mailed the income tax or not.
That's what I was laughing about.
Well, you run along and play now. I've got to get back and do some more work. Oh, you'd better go put another belt on, too. You can't go around holding those pants up all day.
Where you been, Ricky?
It's a secret.
What are you talking about?
It's a secret between Pop and me.
Mom has a secret, too.
I'll tell you Pop's secret if you tell me Mom's secret.
Well, Mom's taking back the gray suit, and she's getting a blue one. What's Pop's secret?
Pop didn't mail his tax letter.
Mom and Pop are a lot of fun, boy.
Yeah, but they sure have a lot of dopey secrets.
Hey, what is this
firmness of purpose Ozzy's been talking about. Harriet sure doesn't have it. Ozzy sure doesn't have it. You might think nobody ever made up his mind to anything, except all those women who see International Sterling, of course. They know what they're about. They know right away that International Sterling is the solid silver they want for their homes. Because International Sterling is the loveliest solid silver in the world. Rich and beautiful in every detail, and perfect in price because it hasn't gone up. That's right. The International Sterling pattern of your choice is the same substantial weight, the same superb quality, yet it costs no more than in 1944. Be sure to see the Spring Glory pattern, won't you? There's never been a fresher, more enchanting pattern than Spring Glory. Its dainty, modern design is something completely different. A single flower that flows up on one side and swings over to the other. Spring Glory has an air of spring about it, a look of grace and simple beauty. So, see it at your International Sterling dealers tomorrow. Spring Glory, one of the loveliest designs in famous International Sterling. The solid silver with beauty that lives forever. You know, folks, I hate to say this because I'm very fond of the Nelson family, but they sure are in an uncertain mood today. Poor Harriet can't make up her mind between a blue suit or a gray, and poor Ozzy, well, maybe it's lucky he did meet Joe Randolph before he mailed his income tax. At any rate, he's doing it over.
Well, that's a different story.
You all finished, Pop?
Yeah, I think so. I just want to check this booklet again. I think I've taken all the deductions I can. Common disasters. No, I don't think that applies to us.
What are they?
Oh, they list them here. If an earthquake demolished the house and a flood carried off all our property, and then a hurricane swept away everything else we own, I'd save $200.
That's a lot of money, boy.
Yeah. And, of course, there are other things. Charity, the theater tickets you heard Mr. Randolph talk about, dependence. So you and David are deductions.
Are we common disasters?
No, you're dependents. You see, I'm allowed $600 a year for each of you.
Then how come I only get 25 cents a week?
You see, the $600 is supposed to cover your food, clothes, education, all your living expenses. I think that does it. Now all we have to do is go down the mailbox and just drop it in. Oh, Harriet.
Well, Ozzy.
I was just going out.
I was just coming in. What's always so funny in the doorway?
Where were you going?
Just down to the...
There's Ricky.
Hi, Mom. Did you just get back? I did, David.
Oh, Jiminy, David, please be more careful. If I hadn't slammed the door, you'd have given the whole thing away.
I'm sorry, Mom.
That's all right.
Did you get the blue suit, Mom?
Yes, I did. And wait till you see it. It's so much nicer than the gray. I'm sure Daddy will like it better, too.
Hello?
Hello, Harriet. It's Mother.
Oh, hello, Mother. Hide this in the closet for me, David.
Harriet, what's going on over there? Were you telling somebody to hide in the closet?
No, Mother. I bought a suit today, and I just asked David to put it away for me.
Why, Harriet, that's the reason I called. I was talking to Louise Adams a little while ago.
Oh?
She said she's been thinking it over, and you were absolutely right about the gray suit. It's much better for you than the blue one.
Louise Adams thinks I look better in gray now?
I must say I agree with her, Harriet. Personally, I like you much better in gray. Blue just doesn't do anything for you. Are you still there, dear?
Yes, Mother.
Well, I met Louise at the market, and you know how she is. I've had a craving for pork chops, and Louise tried to talk me into buying lamb chops. But I'm happy to say that I demonstrated the same strength of character you did.
You should have fought harder than that.
Dear, how hard can you fight? I wanted pork chops. I set out to buy pork chops, and I was going to get pork chops.
Well, good for you, Mother.
No lamb chops for me. I got the nicest pound of spare ribs you've ever seen.
Spare ribs?
Yes, Catherine Thornberry recommended them. Are you still there, dear?
Oh, yes, Mother. I was just wondering whether I could get down to the dress shop and back before dinner.
right, now, Ricky, I'm going to pick you up, and you're going to drop this in the mailbox. And nobody's going to stop us this time, right?
Hurry up, Pop.
Oh, hello, Emmy Lou. If you'll excuse us for a moment, we're going to drop my tax form in the mailbox.
Oh, what a wonderful bit of Americana. There you stand by the mailbox, a patriotic smile on your face. Your heart cries out, take it, Uncle Sam. There's a lot more where that came from. No complaining, no grumbling. You're eager and willing to pay your country its due. You're 130 million Americans, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Emmy Lou. Up you go, Ricky.
We've been learning about income tax at school. It's wonderful the way you can save money, if you know how.
Just a minute, Ricky.
I'll wait here on the fire plug.
Emmy Lou, I don't mean to be rude or abrupt, but I'm sure I've taken every possible deduction.
Golly, I hope you haven't overdone it, Mr. Nelson. The penalties are pretty severe. They can put you in jail for fraud or fine you $10,000. Now, Pop?
Better hold it, Ricky. I think I'll take it home and go over it just once more. I'm a little disappointed in you, Ricky.
Me? How come?
Well, this morning after Will Thornberry talked you into buying that squirt flower, I thought I told you to be firm and know your own mind. If I hadn't listened to Mr. Randolph, I wouldn't have to change this tax return.
What did I do?
Well, if you had known your own mind, if you had been firm, you wouldn't have listened to me. You'd have mailed it.
Oh, it's Ozzy.
Harriet, I was just coming in.
Well, come on in. Wait a minute. What's that in your hand?
I think I'll stay outside.
Ozzy, that looks like the envelope your tax return was in.
There is a resemblance, isn't there?
All right, what happened? And don't tell me the mailbox was closed.
Before I could mail it, I met Joe Randolph. I let him talk me into making some silly deduction.
Oh, now, Ozzy, before
Now, don't try to make excuses for me. I've been wishing weaky-washy. No mind of mine. Thank goodness you're a little different.
But, Ozzy...
No, I mean it, Harriet. The way you went ahead and bought the suit you wanted. You knew what color you wanted. Instead of listening to a lot of other people, you went right ahead and bought that. What color was it?
Blue.
Yes, you bought that. No, Harriet, it was gray.
Yeah, gray-blue. A little more blue than gray. There's practically no gray at all. In fact, it's all blue.
Harriet, you said it was gray.
Ozzy, there's something I ought to tell you. A minute ago, you said you had no mind of your own. That you were weak and wishy-washy.
I said wish and weaky-washy, but go ahead.
I took the gray suit back and got the blue one.
Well, Harriet, this is wonderful. You're just as big a chump as I... No, that isn't right. You've got your blue suit, but I still haven't mailed my tax returns.
I got the blue suit, but I don't want it.
You don't? Harriet, what's the matter? Don't you have a mind of you... No, we've already established that. You know, they say that after people have been married a certain number of years, they get to resemble each other. You think that could be happening to us?
Could be. Say, I just thought of a very clever plan. Since it's pretty obvious that we both keep changing our minds, why don't you take my blue suit back and get me the gray one, and I'll mail your income tax return.
Well, that's the first sensible thing that's been said in this family all day. Say, come to think of it, we are beginning to resemble each other. You're getting more like me, I'm getting more like you. I keep changing my mind lately just like you, and you just thought up a wonderful idea.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Here, take this suit box and give me your tax return.
It's a deal. Oh, but let me give you a tip. If you see Joe Randolph or Emmy Lou, run the other way.
Okay, dear. Well, let me give you a tip. If you see Louise Adams, you run the other way.
Oh, all right, but you're asking a lot more of me than I'm asking of you.
In what way?
Oh, Louise Adams is a very attractive girl. Beautiful eyes, beautiful figure, and...
So what?
You just don't run away from things like that.
Well, there goes Ozzy off to re-exchange Harriet's suit, and there goes Harriet down to the corner to mail Ozzy's tax return. But they'll be back in just a moment with their closing scene.
Hey, Mr. Smith, that Nelson family certainly is a bundle of confusion.
Yes, but I guess all families are like that at one time or another.
Oh, not my family. Not now, anyway. We just bought a complete service for 4 of International Sterling in that wonderful Spring Glory pattern. And my husband and I have never been so solidly in agreement over anything.
Hey, great. I'll bet I know what it was that won your heart.
That pattern. Spring Glory is the loveliest silver design I've ever seen. It makes me think of April and brides and everything fresh and beautiful. And when we found we could get it at that complete service for 4, everything was settled right then and there.
A complete service for 4 for under $100. That's an International Sterling wonder, all right. But then all International Sterling prices are wonderful because they haven't gone up. Other leading silver makers have raised their prices, but International Sterling brings you the same substantial weight, the same superb quality at 1944 prices. Could anyone ask for anything more?
Not me. Especially since I also got a great big beautiful chest with my silver. Big enough to hold 132 pieces.
Yes, you really got something when you own International Sterling. The solid silver with beauty that lives forever.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, good. Let's see my suit.
Harriet, before you open the box, you're sure you wanted the gray suit?
Of course. Let me see it.
Don't be so anxious. Stand back a minute. No, I don't think gray would look good on you.
Uh-oh. Well, okay, dear. Let me see my blue suit.
You like the blue suit?
Yes, dear. Don't feel bad about it. I've been through it myself. You'll like me in blue.
It isn't what you think. I didn't bring the blue suit back.
Well, I'll be satisfied with the gray one.
It isn't gray and it isn't blue.
Well, what is it, for goodness sake?
Well, I met my friend Danny O'Hara, and St. Patrick's Day is almost here.
Well, I've always wanted a green suit.
You're still off, Harriet. Danny's an orangeman. But don't get upset. It isn't orange. It's more of a reddish color.
But, Ozzy, I wanted the gray suit.
Well, maybe we can work something out tomorrow. We'll keep them coming and going, and the first time a gray one comes through the front door, we'll nail it shut. On the way home from the dress shop, I stopped to glance in the window of the trick store, and while I was looking in, little Will Thornberry came up. I really don't have a mind of my own.
I don't get it.
You will. Smell this flower on my lapel.
Tune in next week to another adventure of Ozzie and Harriet, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, and starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
And remember, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
Yes, Harriet, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were David and Ricky Nelson, Janet Waldo, Lorene Tuttle, Marvin Miller, and yours truly, Vern Smith. Original music was composed and conducted by Billy May.
It's Morgan in 90 minutes on NBC.
The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. As we look in at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road, we find Ozzie and Harriet seated in the living room.
Any mail today, Oz?
Yeah, it finally got here.
Gee, the mail is certainly slow in this place, isn't it?
I don't know why we have to live on the only street in Hollywood that won't give up the Pony Express.
Well, it eventually gets here. Where is the mail?
It's right here. There's a letter from my Aunt Belinda. Sheriff will want to read it.
Oh, what does it say? Is Uncle George all right?
Yeah, he's working now.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Aunt Belinda says it's the best job he ever had. Uncle George makes fire extinguishers filled with gasoline.
Fire
extinguishers filled with gasoline.
Yeah, they're for people with plenty of insurance.
Joke books again, haven't you? Say, what are those big books over there?
Oh, I sent one. They just came in today, some of them. They look very interesting, too.
Unusual titles, aren't they? Strange Woman, Strange Cargo. What's that one over there called?
Well, that's a book on skin troubles. It's called Strange Mange.
Ozzy, stop making things up.
Darling, when will you realize that you're married to a man with a mind like a steel trap?
Oh, brother. You know, honey, you should have been a master of ceremonies. I can just see your name up in lights in front of Flapsy Masters. Ozzy Nelson, the only master of ceremonies with a steel-trapped mind and the fractured skull.
You know, there's a lot to this mental business, though. It's all explained in one of these books here. Life is a constant conflict, wherein the stronger mind controls the weaker mind.
I'll bet that's what happened to my mind the night I said I'd marry you.
Are you kidding? Why, I just mumbled the question. It was practically inaudible, and you shouted yes so loud you scared the daylights out of me.
Now that's where you're wrong. I remember it very distinctly. We were riding in the car and you kept saying, "Will you marry me? Will you marry me?" And I kept shaking my head and shaking my head, back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, that time you had your nose caught in the windshield wiper, and you know it. You'll think differently about this mental business, though, when I hypnotize you one of these days.
Hypnotize me? Since when have you been interested in hypnotism?
Oh, ever since this book arrived.
What book is that?
This one here, it's called Strange Journeys into the Fascinating Fields of Hypnotism. Or How to Tell Your Best Friends Before They Tell You.
Hypnotism. Oh, Ozzy, do you really believe in that stuff?
Of course I do. You know, I was once in a theater where a hypnotist called a guy up on the stage, and he hypnotized him. He made him cackle like a rooster, bark like a dog, even try to dig a gopher hole right on the stage. That ought to prove something.
Oh, it proves something, all right. It proves the guy was a big dope.
I am not. No, really, though, they're doing some wonderful things with hypnotism lately. One professor spent 2 years hypnotizing a cat into thinking she was a dog and finally succeeded.
Well, that sounds pretty interesting. What was the result?
Well, nobody knows. She chased herself up a tree and never came down. But you know something, Harriet, from what I've read on the subject, I have a feeling that I might make a good hypnotist myself.
Well, now that you mention it, when you were in college, weren't you voted the one most likely to put people to sleep?
Okay, make jokes if you want, but I'll bet I can hypnotize you right now. And I've only read the first chapter. Come on, let me try.
Oh, Ozzy, I'm too busy for such nonsense.
Oh, come on, be a sport.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Well, you've got to cooperate, you know.
All right, what do I do?
Well, first, you've got to make your mind a complete blank.
Oh, you want to start even, huh?
Now, this is the way it's done. Look into my eyes. I am the master. I am your guiding light. Look at me. Look at me.
Is that a wart on your nose?
Now, please, Harriet, if you want to be hypnotized, you've got to concentrate.
Okay, I'm concentrating.
Fine, here we go now. Mumbo jumbo, hambo bambo, bobo lobo. You are going to sleep. You are going to sleep. Watch me closely. Mumbo jumbo, hambo bambo, bobo lobo. Bobo lobo, you are going to sleep. You are going to... Oh, yes. Stare into my eyes. I am your master. I am your guiding light. I am your Svengali.
You're nuts.
I'm going out in the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Why don't you read the book over a few more times, Sonny?
Oh, I want to get somebody to hypnotize while it's fresh in my mind. Say, maybe Gloria...
No, you don't now. Gloria's busy in the kitchen cooking dinner.
Oh, gosh.
And I've got things to do, too. I'll be back later.
Gee, I wonder why that didn't work on Harriet. I guess she must have too much willpower to be hypnotized. I'll bet I could hypnotize Gloria, though. I think I'll try, only this time I'll use a supple approach. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. How's dinner coming?
Oh, pretty good. I'm bashing the potatoes now.
No, you mean mashing the potatoes, don't you, Gloria?
No, I was bashing them. Can I help it if I have a nasty temper?
Now, I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know you're very busy out there in the kitchen.
Yes, and I'm having a lot of trouble with that turkey I'm cooking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Every time I start to close the oven door, he looks at me as if to say, "Don't punch me in."
Oh, that's just your imagination, Gloria.
Yeah, maybe it is. I have such a vivid imagination, Mr. Nelson. You know, I once thought I resembled Dorothy Lamour.
Dorothy Lamour?
Isn't it silly? And all along, I'm the spitting image of Lana Turner.
You know, Gloria, I saw a little glint in your eye this afternoon, and I was thinking maybe you're preparing some special surprise for me.
Well, I was going to mix you one of my cocktails. I call it the Gloria Special.
Oh, really? How do you make it?
Well, first you take a very large glass.
Yeah?
Then you pour in 2 quarts of gin.
Yeah?
That's all.
You mean that's all, brother? Gloria, I'll tell you what I really wanted to talk to you about. What do you know about hypnotism and clairvoyance?
Not very much, Mr. Nelson. I always listen to Abbott and Costello.
No, Gloria, hypnotism is the power to make people realize their secret ambitions. For instance, how would you like to become Betty Grable?
Betty Grable?
That's right. In 5 minutes, I could convince you that you are Betty Grable.
You might convince me, Mr. Nelson, but my legs would never believe it.
You only had a secret ambition, Gloria. I could hypnotize you right into it.
Oh, but I have. I always wanted to be a great dramatic actress like Ethel Barrymore.
Well, wonderful. Why didn't you say so? I'll tell you what you do. Now, you just relax. You look at me. Look me right in the eye. Mumbo jumbo. Hambo bambo. Bobo lobo. Repeat after me. I am a great dramatic actress.
You are a great dramatic actress.
So you do like Abbott and Costello, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Now, look me in the eye. Repeat these exact words. I am making a great Shakespearean picture.
Look me in the eye and repeat these exact words. I am making a great Shakespearean picture.
The lights are on. The cameras are turning.
The lights are on. The cameras are turning.
Over in one corner.
Quiet on the set.
Gee, I think I hypnotized her. Gloria? Gloria?
Miss Ethelbert.
Is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. It's breakfast time as we look in at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. Harriet and little 5-year-old Ricky are already at the breakfast table. Ozzie and 8-year-old David are... pardon me?
8 1/2.
Oh, of course. I'm Sorry, David. Ozzie and 8.5-year-old David are expected momentarily.
David! Here I am, Mom. Breakfast is ready. Isn't it a wonderful day today, David? Sure is, Mom. Move over, Ricky. You can go out and play just as soon as you finish. Well, and you can have a nickel for an ice cream cone. Oatmeal again, huh, Mom? And what's wrong with oatmeal? It's nutritious, tasty, healthful, and bodybuilding. Wonderful for a growing boy. Well, then Ricky can have mine. He's got further to grow. Ricky's practically finished with his breakfast. Enough of that nonsense now. I got the oatmeal. I'm so healthy now I can't sleep nights. Oh, say, I almost forgot. I bought something yesterday I want to surprise your father with. What is it, Mom? A vase? A what? An antique vase. I bought it at an auction sale. Here it is. Jiminy, no, not that. David, what's the matter? What is that? A vase. Just a vase, that's all. Oh, I thought it was full of oatmeal. Yeah, gee, I bet that thing could hold 1,000,000 pounds of oatmeal. Oh, David, don't exaggerate. The vase is only 4 feet tall. Oh, here comes your father. I'll put it right in the middle of the table.
Good morning, good morning. Wonderful morning. I've got an appetite like a horse.
You've come to the right place. We got oats. Shame on you.
What has my beautiful little wife got for breakfast this glorious morning? Let's see. Oatmeal.
Ozzie?
A beautiful, nutritious, tasty, bodybuilding oatmeal.
You really like oatmeal, Pop?
Oh, do I? Yum, yum, yum.
There you are, Mom. You won't have to throw it away after all. Oh, David, stop acting silly. Here's your orange juice, Ozzie.
Oh, thank you, dear. Gee, that orange juice is good.
Well, why shouldn't the orange juice be good? Here we are in California, where the oranges grow.
Yeah, that's right. Isn't California a wonderful state? Where else can you put your hand out the window into your own backyard and pull it back with 2 or 3 ripe gophers? What's wrong, David? You usually laugh at those funny things I say.
Well, Dad, you already gave me my allowance this week. Come on, you two. Breakfast is getting cold. Hey, Mom, I hadn't even noticed the new vase. Never mind, David.
What was that?
Nothing. Only I'm afraid you aren't very observant this morning.
What do you mean?
Have you noticed anything different?
Noticed anything?
Ozzie Nelson, sometimes I can't help thinking you're just like a man.
Well, as long as there's some resemblance.
You mean to say you don't notice anything different?
Different? Oh, of course, your hair, and I love it that way, too. You should wear it that way more often. Would you pants
I haven't done my hair yet this morning.
Sorry. Oh, of course, that dress. Oh, it's lovely. Beautiful. When did you get it?
April 1941. Before I go, I'll give you a hint, Pop. It's on the table.
On the table?
Yes, do you like it?
Something on this table?
Yes. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Sorry, dear, I can't see a thing. Unless it's behind this. What is this?
Well, it happens to be an antique vase, and it's just what I've been talking about.
Oh my. Harriet, where did you get this vase?
Yes.
You found it in a tomb of an Egyptian pharaoh.
No.
You won it in a box of Cracker Jack.
No.
Am I getting warm?
A little.
I give up.
I bought it.
That I never would have guessed.
And, honey, it only cost me $10. Isn't it beautiful, Ozzie?
Now, Harriet, let's be sensible about this, shall we?
You don't like it, do you?
Well, frankly, dear...
Ozzie Nelson, it happens to be a beautiful vase.
Beautiful? Harriet, let's face it. The guy who designed that made a mockery out of crockery.
Well, it so happens that vase belongs to the early American period, around George Washington's time. It could have a very romantic history. George always brought fresh flowers to Martha. He might have used his vase for that.
Well, he might have used the vase for that. But I heard he chewed a lot of tobacco, too.
That's very funny. But you may as well get used to it, because I've decided to redecorate this entire room using the vase as a central figure.
Why, Harriet, let's be sensible. Why do over an entire room for that old vase?
You'll improve things. For example, I'd like to get rid of that easy chair over there by the fireplace.
But, Harriet, that's my favorite chair.
Oh, Ozzie, it's so shabby.
Well, I know, but gosh, it's taken me years to get that chair just the way I want it. Why, that chair has the same shape now that I have.
You're not kidding. You and the chair dragging in the same place.
Well, I happen to like things just the way they are.
Oh, Ozzie. You're all finished breakfast, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. We're all finished breakfast in case you want to clear away the dishes.
Gloria, what's your opinion on this? Don't you think it's a little silly going into an extensive redecorating project at this time?
Well, personally, I think very definitely that it... Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Well, let me put it my way, Gloria. Don't you think that things should be changed every so often?
Oh. And dipped in Lux, too.
No, Gloria, Mrs. Nelson was referring to furniture and room decoration.
There seems to be a difference of opinion as to this antique vase I bought downtown. Have you seen it, Gloria?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Gloria. I just got it yesterday. You know, you can pick up some really nice things downtown these days.
Well, I tried, but I guess my whistle doesn't carry.
You see, Ozzie? Gloria thinks it's a pretty vase.
Oh, yes. I think it's a beautiful sight.
Well, I give up. To me, it looks like a huge bottle of beer.
Well, to me, that's a beautiful sight. I better get at these dishes. I'll see you later.
Honestly, though, dear, don't you think it'd be better to wait till it gets a little cooler before we do over the room?
Oh, certainly. We don't have to do it right away. In fact, I'd like to shop around a little first and get some more ideas.
Well, in the meantime, why don't I take this out to the storeroom in the garage and give you a chance to forget it, to think about it a little more?
Well, okay, but be sure and go out the front way with it. The grass is wet and back. You might slip and break the vase.
That's funny. I was thinking the same thing myself. Vases, women.
Hello, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, hello there, Emmy Lou.
What have you got there?
Well, this is an antique vase that Mrs. Nelson bought. I'm taking it out to the garage to store it.
You mind if I look at it?
No, go ahead. Although you look so young to suffer.
Just what kind of a vase is it, Mr. Nelson?
I don't know, Emmy Lou. I think it's a Grecian urn.
What's a Grecian urn?
Hmm?
What's a Grecian urn?
It depends on where he works. You get it? What's a Grecian urn?
Yes, I get it. It's pretty hot today, isn't it, Mr. Nelson? Can you carry that vase down the steps without dropping it?
I'm afraid so. It's a fine time for David's roller skates not to be here.
Oh, I saw David swap his roller skates to Bobby for a hammer.
I could use a hammer now, too.
What are you going to do with the vase?
I don't know. Let's just set it in the middle of the lawn and throw rocks at it, shall we?
Why are you so bitter about it, Mr. Nelson?
Well, it's this way. It isn't enough that Harriet bought this idiotic vase. Now she's going to do over the entire room to fix it.
Oh, well, why don't you drop it? You know, sort of accidental-like. And then tell Mrs. Nelson that you couldn't help it. Tell her you tripped and fell down. That it was an accident.
Would you believe a story like that?
Of course.
Gosh, how women change when they get married. No, Emmy Lou, I'm afraid my wife knows me wouldn't go for that.
Well, then I've got another idea, Mr. Nelson.
What's that?
I'd insist that she return the vase. And if she got mad, I'd let her go home to her mother. And I'd refuse to let her take the children. and she'd sue you for custody of the children. And if it looked like she was going to win, you know what I'd do?
What?
I'd let her keep the vase. There's no use being stubborn. I think you're foolish to break up your marriage for a vase you couldn't get more than a few dollars for.
Well, that's right. A few dollars for it. Well, say, I could sell it. Oh, but what if Harry... No, she wouldn't. And if she did, I'd tell her to somebody. Emmy, thanks very much for the suggestion. Give me that vase, will you? That's a wonderful idea.
You mean you're going to sell the vase?
Absolutely. Emmy Lou, there comes a time in every man's life when he has to be daring and take a terrible risk.
I hate to bring this up, Mr. Nelson, but have you got something in mind in case Mrs. Nelson finds out about this?
Oh, of course I've got something in mind.
What is it?
A one-way ticket on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Well, say, while you're on that one-way trip, Ozzy, you might spend a little time thinking about 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Who knows? Someday it might be the means of getting you back home to wife and family again. Seriously, though, this lovely silver plate is worth thinking about, folks, and worth planning for, too. It has beauty, richness, quality. A name that's almost 100 years old. A reputation as America's finest silver plate. Its patterns show details unknown to silver plate before. The high raised ornamentation, the pierced knife handles, the heavier bound. These are the features which show that men of imagination as well as skill are creators of this lovely silver plate. They are the features that keep 1847 Rogers Brothers America's finest silver plate. And here are the lovely King sisters riding out on Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Do you hear that whistle down the line? A figure that sings enough before tonight. He's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. See the old smoke rising round the bend. I reckon that you know she's gonna meet a friend. Smoke around his heart every time of day. From the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Here she comes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, Jim, you better get the ring. Ooh, 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 ooh. She got a list of passengers that's pretty big, and they all want to live to the Brown Hotel. There's plenty of them been traveling for quite a spell, all the way from Philadelphia on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Train's going west, train's going west. Ticket? Ticket? Can't go nowhere without ticket. Do you hear that whistle down the line? Ooh, sound fine. She's the only one that's going down that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Here she comes, she's coming. Hey, Jim, you better get the ring. She's got a list of passengers that's pretty big. They wanna live through the hotel. They wanna rent quite a spell. Come all the way from Philadelphia on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. You can get to Albuquerque without a church on the Atchison, Topeka, Santa Fe.
And now, back to the Nelsons. For a change, Ozzy has put himself out on a limb. Instead of taking the antique vase, which is Harriet's pride and joy, out to the garage, he's decided to save himself a little physical labor in the future by following that old slogan, out of sight, out of mind. And we find him now going into Mr. McQueen's antique shop to sell the vase.
Gosh, loaded with junk. Doesn't seem to be anybody around here either.
Just be patient, sir. Just be patient. I'm busy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. What are you doing?
I'm crocheting a tea cozy. You interrupted me just as I was going around the spout, darn it. There. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I've come to see you about an antique.
Oh, you've come to the right place, sir. We're a member of the National Antique Dealers. Of course, you're familiar with the slogan of the National Antique Dealers. The older the better, except in a sweater. Let's see what you've got there.
I have here a very fine old antique vase dating back to...
About 1922.
1922?
Well, it's really older than that, but I don't want to seem too eager.
You'll have to admit it's beautiful, though.
Well, I wouldn't say it was beautiful, but it has a certain horrid fascination that women go for. You want to sell it to me?
Yes, I do. Would you be interested in buying it?
What do you want for it?
What did you give me for it?
I asked you first.
Okay, make me an offer.
50 cents. What's your price?
$50. Shall we compromise?
All right, I'll double my offer. $1.
Okay, I'll cut my price in half. $25.
I should have started by offering you a dime for it.
Here, just look it over and see how lovely it is.
Very shabby condition.
Yes, did you ever see anything so gorgeously broken down? Just look at those beautiful chips and cracks in it. Tell you the truth, this is one of the most antiques I've ever seen.
Oh, dear, I do wish Mr. Cameron were here.
Who's he?
He's the fellow who owned the store 19 years ago. He was an expert on vases.
Well, can't you get in touch with him?
Oh, no, he died 12 years ago.
Well, is it?
Never had a sick day in his life. Very tragic. Left a wife and 3 children.
Well, I want... Any insurance?
Not a cent.
What happened to his family?
Well, his widow later married a well-to-do businessman who owned his own buttonhole factory in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Then they're getting along all right now.
Well, the youngest son had measles when he was 6, and their house was attacked by termites in 1934. But everything was just dandy the last I heard.
Well, the next time you write, will you remember me to them?
I certainly will.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Mr. McQueen.
The pleasure's been all mine, Miss Nelson.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. McQueen.
Goodbye, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, say, by the way, what about the vase?
I'll give you $5 for it.
Sold.
Oh, hello, Pop. How long have you been home?
Oh, about an hour.
You look proud of yourself this afternoon, Pop.
Well, David, I just did something pretty smart, even for your old man. Yes, sir, one thing every man should learn is the psychology of...
What's that, Dad?
Well, suppose you're married to some woman, and one day she comes up to you and says, David, I want to buy a fur coat. Now, what would you say?
Well, I'd say, okay, if I can get a baseball bat.
No, David, that's where the psychology comes in. You try to make the woman forget what it is she wants. You know what I mean?
Oh, like the time Mother wanted that string of pearls.
Exactly.
And every time she mentioned them, you kept talking about everything else.
That's right.
They look pretty on her, don't they?
Well, David, I don't win all the time.
No, but she does. By the way, where is Mom?
I don't know. I've been waiting for her myself. She must still be out shopping, I guess.
Well, I'll see you later, Pop. Oh, Ozzie!
In here, Harriet.
Ozzie, I have the most wonderful surprise for you. Guess what I bought?
What?
A vase.
I know you showed it to me this morning, don't you remember?
Oh, no, this is another vase. I have it out in the car.
Another vase?
Yes, another vase.
Harriet, darling, please, not another vase.
Yes, Ozzie, another vase.
That's a funny joke, pretending you bought another vase. See, I'm laughing. Now tell me, not another vase.
Well, yes, darling, another vase.
But we've already got a vase.
Well, that's what makes it so perfect. This vase is a mate to the one I bought this morning.
A mate? Harriet, these things aren't going to turn out to be like rabbits, are they?
Oh, silly. Ozzie, I'm anxious to compare the two vases. Would you go out in the garage and get the other one?
But
Harriet, why should I go to all the trouble of going to the garage and bringing that one back? I could take this one out to the garage and then just snap a picture or something.
No. Ozzy, stop joking. Get the vase from the garage.
Why are you so suspicious?
What are you talking about? My goodness, if you don't want to get it, I'll
No,
go.
don't go. I'll get it. You just wait right here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, but really, I sold that vase 10 minutes after you left the store.
Oh, but I've got to have that vase back. My wife insists
But
upon
we
it.
have so many other beautiful things here in the store. Oh, would you be interested in a genuine antique music box that plays Goodbye, Mrs. Gingerbread, goodbye?
No.
Please, I haven't finished yet. Mrs. Gingerbread, 37.50.
No. I tell you, I've got to have that vase. I've got to, I tell you. I've just... Have you ever been married?
Is this a proposal?
Listen, I wasn't going to tell you this, but I guess I'll have to. My wife is a lady wrestler.
Really?
Exactly. She said if I don't buy the vase back, she'll break every bone in my body.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? She sounds positively vicious. Now, let's see. The woman who bought the vase didn't leave her name, but I've got her address. Yes, here it is. Now, you wait right here. I'll go over and see if I can buy it back from
Oh,
her.
thanks, old man. You'll never know what this means to me. My bones knit so slow.
But, Mr. McQueen, I want the vase myself. And besides, my husband would be very angry if I sold it.
Well, madam, I wouldn't ask this, but if you only knew how desperately this man needs the vase, how frightened he is.
You mean of his wife?
His wife.
Oh, is she really a lady wrestler?
Wrestling the wind-up at the Legion Stadium Monday night.
Oh, and would she really...
You should see the scars he has on him already.
Oh, my.
And he's such a nice fellow, too.
Tell me, why does such a nice fellow marry such a terrible woman?
Well, if you ask me, madam, he is a nice fellow, but he doesn't look very bright.
Oh, the poor man. Okay, I'll sell you the vase for $20.
And so the vase will cost you $25, Mr. Nelson. But I finally convinced her to sell it back.
Oh, fine. She sounds like such a nice girl.
Oh, she is. She sold it to me even though she was afraid of what her husband would do when he found out.
Why does such a nice girl marry a brute like that?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Nelson, she's a nice girl, but she hasn't got very good taste.
Huh?
Otherwise, she never would have bought a terrible vase like this.
I didn't think of that. A woman who likes a vase like that, imagine the kind of husband she'd pick out. Well, say, that reminds me, I got to get back to Harry with this vase. Well, so long, I got to dance. Darn that stoplight. Oh, Harry.
Hello, dear. Where in the world have you been?
Well, I tell you, I went to the garage a long way, and then, what a job. It was hidden behind the... But anyway, I finally got it.
Got what?
With the vase. Look.
Oh, you shouldn't have bothered.
But you said... Shouldn't have bothered.
Well, while you were gone, I decided not to redecorate the room after all. You see, I don't know quite how to tell you this, dear, but I accidentally broke the vase.
You broke it?
Yes, I tripped over one of David's roller skates and dropped it.
But David swapped his roller
What'd you
skates.
say, dear?
I just wanted to remind you that it's only 6 months and 10 days until George Washington's birthday.
Oh. Ozzy, I've got something to tell you.
Yes?
I didn't tell you the truth about that vase.
Uh-huh.
I didn't break it. I sold it back to the same place I bought it. McQueen's Antique Shop.
McQueen?
I knew I couldn't sleep tonight with that on my mind.
Harriet, I forgive you. And I'm very glad you told me the truth. Because a successful marriage is based on mutual
When the ship of matrimony sails forth on the sea of life, we must avoid the hidden shoals of deceit.
Ozzy, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Now I want to confess something to you also.
What, dear?
Well, this afternoon, for a moment I was tempted, just tempted, mind you, to sell that vase and not tell you.
Oh. Well, don't you give it another thought because I forgive you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart.
That's all right, dear. Ozzy.
Yes, Harriet, anything bothering you?
Well, just one thing, darling.
What is it, honey?
Why did you tell a man I was a lady wrestler?
Well,
Ozzie and Harriet Hilliard will be back in just a moment. Meantime, if sometime in the not-too-distant future you hear a sound like this, don't get excited. It's just some of those 8 million brides we have meeting at the same place with the same idea in mind, namely...
I'd like to see a service of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate.
Me too. I've waited a long, long time for this day.
What a day it will be. What a wonderful day when you can really go to your silverware dealers and get the fine silver plate you've been dreaming about and planning for ever since the war began. Because 1847 is America's finest silver plate. It's lovely and warm, in many instances even unique. No other silver plate pattern, for example, can match the fine open-work knife handles and delicate contours of Eternally Yours. In fact, these distinctive features of design and construction have been seldom achieved even in the finest solid silver. That's the kind of silver plate you'll want to see in your home after the war. So, wait for it. If you're one of those war brides, make your first post-war purchase Eternally Yours, created by 1847 Rogers Brothers.
you know, I guess I was pretty silly for making such a fuss about this vase in the first place. It's really not bad looking. Let me have it, will you, Harriet?
Well, here it is, but be careful, dear. It's big, but it's rather delicate.
Say, couldn't we use this as a wall decoration?
Oh, no, dear, I don't think so.
Well, we could use it to keep flowers in, couldn't we?
I think it's a little big for that.
Say, I have an idea. We could use it as an umbrella stand. That is, in case we ever move to Florida.
Well, perhaps.
Or I tell you, makes a nice bunch of little ashtrays, too, doesn't it?
Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, invite you to listen to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet next Sunday over your CBS station. And don't forget, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were the four King sisters, Bea Benaderet, Louise Erickson, John Brown, and Joel Davis. Original music was by Billy May. Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. And now, once again, let us visit the Nelsons at 1847 Rogers Road. As we join Ozzie and Harriet, they've just finished breakfast. Ozzie is reading the morning paper.
What you reading, dear? The funny page?
Now, why do you say that?
Does it ever occur to you that I might be reading the editorial page or the financial page?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. What are you reading?
The funny page. You know something? They must have used a lot of care the way they place these comic strips.
What do you mean?
But now just look at little Abner and Dick Tracy. Who else besides Breathless Mahoney could exist next to the little stinker?
Oh, that episode's been finished for weeks. You must have an old paper there.
I don't think so. Oh, by golly, you're right. Oh, sure, I remember reading this article here. Incidentally, it's very unusual.
Oh, really? What's it about?
It's about a dog by the name of Dice Game. She had 8 puppies.
Well, what's so unusual about that?
She did it the hard way, 2 fours.
Oh, Ozzie, that's silly. Morning, Mother. Morning, Dad. Good morning, David.
Hello, son.
Did you sleep well last night?
Like a log.
Just fine. How was breakfast?
Well?
Coffee was wonderful. And how are you feeling? Fine, dear.
Great.
Then I'd like to ask you for a raise in my allowance. Okay? Gee, thanks.
No. Not right so fast. Tell me, how much are you getting now?
50 cents a week, Dad.
And how much do you want?
75 cents a week.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. It's absolutely out of the question.
Why, Dad?
Well, just think, David, how would it look if you were getting a bigger allowance than me?
Say, why all this sudden need for money anyway, David? Well, I got expenses. Like going down to the store and getting sodas.
Oh, I see. And you usually take that little girl down the block, don't you? Sally Finney?
Yes, I do.
And do you pay for her sodas?
Oh, no, we're not that serious.
Well, I still think that 50 cents is plenty for an 8-year-old boy.
David, Daddy's just trying to tell you that you should learn the value of money. Well, that's just it, Mom. You want me to be thrifty and save my money, don't you? Yes. Well, I spend it all now, but if I got an extra quarter, then I'd have something to save. How about it? Well, I don't know. It's up to your father. What do you say, Pop?
Well, David, when I was your age...
Oh, Pop, not one of those stories. Now, David, if you want to get a raise, you've got to listen to your father's story.
Oh, well, it's not compulsory, you know, Harriet.
Oh, Ozzie, don't be so sensitive. Then tell me all about when you were my age, Pop.
Well, I'm out of the mood. But I do think you're old enough to earn part of your spending money. Now, when I was your age...
He's back in the mood again.
Now, Harriet, please.
I'll tell you, David, I know what he did when he was your age as well as he does. When your father was your age, he cut the grass every Saturday. The lawn was 150 feet deep and 75 feet wide.
78
feet wide. And full of the roughest, toughest, hardest to cut grass in the state.
And a lot of little stones that always caught in the lawnmower.
Who's telling this story, dear?
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
But all he got for cutting all that grass was 10 cents. And sometimes he had a hard time collecting it, too.
I'll tell you what I'll do, David. Our lawn is much smaller, but I'll give you 25 cents to cut it.
Still thanks, Pop.
Well, suppose I make it 35 cents.
The lawn next door is smaller than ours, but they offered me 50 cents to cut it.
What are they trying to do, ruin the child labor market?
David, your father used to go from door to door selling magazines, soap, perfume, hair tonics, snake oil, rheumatism remedies.
No, I didn't. The snake oil, but not the rheumatism remedies.
Well, at any rate, David, you can see that your father was very industrious at your age.
Not the way I think you ought to be, David. Go out and use your head. Sell something. Sell anything. It's very good training for you.
Then I guess I don't get the raise, huh?
Well, David, I feel you ought to earn the money for yourself somehow. It's for your own good.
Okay, but I wish you wouldn't think about my own good so much. See you later.
You know he's a good little guy, isn't he?
He sure is. Would you like another cup of coffee, Ozzie?
Yes, I would, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, but does Gloria mind? Gloria! Oh, Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Gloria, we'd like some more coffee. It's very good.
Yes, it certainly was.
Well, isn't there any more, Gloria?
No, Mr. Nelson. There was just enough for the three of us. A cup for you and a cup for Mrs. Nelson and 5 cups for me.
Well, that's life, I suppose.
Didn't I just hear you talking to David?
Yes, he just went out. I was having a little talk with him about money.
Did you get any from him, Mr.
No, Gloria. Mr. Nelson was merely trying to explain the value of money to David. We probably should have explained to him how to budget his allowance. You keep a budget, don't you, Gloria?
Oh, of course I keep a budget. I've been keeping a budget for 10 years. Every time I spend any money, I put it right down in one column. And every time I make any money, I put it right down in the other column.
Well, that's very wise, Gloria.
Oh, yeah. You know something, Mrs. Nelson?
What?
Someday I'm going to add it all up.
How is it you learned to be so thrifty, Gloria?
Well, I had to support myself from a very early age. You see, my father drank all the time. He was always stinking from drinking.
Oh, that's too bad.
But then one day my mother gave him the cure.
Oh, she gave him the cure, huh? Was it permanent?
Oh, it was permanent, all right. He used a shotgun.
Well, that sounds permanent enough.
Well, I better clear these dishes away. My boyfriend Elmer's coming over in a little while.
Say, I haven't seen him around lately. What's he been doing?
The same old thing. Loafing.
But last week you told me he had a job.
Oh, he did. But it only lasted one day. He worked in a ladies' department store as a window decorator.
Well, why did he quit?
He found out those women in the windows weren't real. Well, I'll see you later.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Sonny. Oh, here's the order from the grocery store.
I'll take it, mister. Gee, look, you got a big hole in your coat.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just tore it. And I got a date with my girl in a half an hour. I'm really in a spot.
Say, I've got an idea. Would you want another coat?
Well, you ain't exactly my size, Junior.
No, I mean one of my father's. He's got some old ones that are in very good shape. I could sell you one.
That's a great idea. Hey, look, see if you can find a blue one with a red stripe to go with these green pants.
I'll find you a good one, all right. But, of course, I'll have to charge you a lot of money for it. As much as $1.
Well, I'm a sport. Go get it. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Are you sure this is okay with your old man?
Oh, yes. He told me I was supposed to do this. He said, sell something and make some money. Wait here. I'll get the coat for you.
Are you glad to see me, Lana?
Sure I am, Joe. And you look so wonderful, too. Say, that's a nice coat you got on.
Oh, it's just a little something I had made.
Well, maybe you better take it off, Joe. It's kind of warm in here.
Yeah. Especially when I'm sitting next to you, Lana. Okay, I'll take it off. Now, let me put my arms around you, honey.
Now, Joe. Oh, my goodness. That must be Heyman outside the door. Quick, go down the fire escape. Heyman is 6 feet tall.
I'll hide in the closet.
No, down the fire escape.
Why can't I hide in the closet?
Well, okay, but the guy in there is even bigger.
Well, you talked me into it, Lana. It's down the fire escape for me.
Coming, Heyman, just a minute.
Where is he?
Now, take it easy, Heyman. There's nobody here.
Don't give me that. I hate a guy talking in here.
Oh, that. Oh, that was just an announcer on the radio. Oh, you're so cute. Come on, sit down, Heyman. Relax. Let me fluff up your muscles.
Okay, Len, I'm sorry. I guess I... Hey, wait a minute. Whose coat is that?
What coat?
That one right there with the tweed button. So you was two-timing me, huh?
Calm down,
Oh,
Heyman.
yeah? Well, Oh, look, here's the guy's name, right here by the inside pocket.
Ozzie Nelson, huh?
Oh, no.
Ozzie Nelson. 1847 Rogers Road.
No, Heyman, you're making a mistake.
Oh, yeah? Ozzie Nelson. I'll break that rat's neck.
It's time for those lovely singing stars, the famous King Sisters.
Someday he'll come along, the man I love. He'll be big and strong, man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. He'll look at me and smile, I understand. And in a little while, he'll take my hand. And though it seems absurd, I know we both won't say a word. Maybe I will meet him someday. Maybe Monday, maybe not. Still, I'm sure to meet him someday. Maybe today will be my good new day. We'll build a little home just for two, from which I'll never roam. Who would you? And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love. Maybe I will meet him someday. Maybe Monday, maybe not. But I'm sure to meet him on one day. Maybe Tuesday will be my good news day. We'll build a little home in Brooklyn Heights, a cozy one-room nest, walk up 10 flights. And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love. Love that man. We'll build a little home that's just him for two. I did the days before I'd roam. I never want to leave again, boy, with you. And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man
That was the King Sisters doing their bit for romance. And now the orchestra changes to the traditional romantic theme.
Pronounce you man and wife. I pronounce you man and wife. I pronounce you man and wife.
Yes, it's wonderful, friends, wonderful. Every GI and his girl getting married. Every GI and his girl going home at last, to the home they planned and dreamed about lo these many years. A home tastefully furnished with things they can be proud of for many, many years. Things like the silver plate of 1847 Rogers Brothers. There is silver plate that brings you beauty, imaginative design, lasting pleasure and satisfaction. In fact, everything about 1847 silver plate is so unusual and so fine that once you've seen it, you just can't be satisfied with any other silver plate. And it won't be long before your silverware dealer has it in stock for you. So wait for that day. Don't choose any silver plate for your new home until you've seen the finest 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. And now back to Ozzie and Harriet. Well, it certainly looks as though little David Nelson started something when he sold his father's coat to the delivery man. Poor Ozzie. Little does he know that his coat, with his name in it, has been discovered in glamorous Lana Shanahan's apartment by none other than Herman, Lana's jealous boyfriend. Poor Ozzie. Oh, well. Meanwhile, blissfully ignorant of his unfortunate predicament, our hero is casually strolling down the street.
Goodbye, little yellow man.
Mr. Nelson.
Oh, hello, Emmy Lou. Hey, what's wrong? You look as though you just lost your best Woody Herman record.
Oh, I'm very unhappy, Mr. Nelson. I've got such a terrible problem, and I don't know what to do. I'm so terribly inexperienced. I need advice from someone like you.
Someone like me?
Mm-hmm. I'm so very young, and you're so very old.
Well, thanks, but what's the trouble, Emmy Lou?
Well, it's about my boyfriend, Larry. He was at the movies with another girl last night, and it seems so hard to believe what he told me. Mr. Nelson, do you think that men tell the truth?
Well, they're about as truthful as women.
Oh, the nasty fibbers. I had such faith in Larry, too. He wanted to take me to the movies last night. I explained to him what an awful headache I had and how desperately ill I felt. I never dreamed he'd go to the movies with someone else.
Well, are you sure he was there, Emmy Lou?
Oh, positive. Coming back from the Palladium, Charlie and I saw him. You just can't trust men.
It certainly looks that way.
Men. You know, sometimes I get so mad.
That you wish there were no men?
Oh, no, I never get that mad.
Well, I guess the best thing for you to do is try and win Larry back.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I've just been downtown shopping, and I bought some wonderful perfume. They had 4 different kinds to choose from.
Oh, what were they called?
Come hither, come nearer, come closer.
And the last one?
Where do we go from here?
Emmy Lou, I'm positive that you bought some of that. Where do we go from here?
You're right, Mr. Nelson. Here, do you want to smell it?
Okay, I'll take a little sniff. Oh, my gosh. That's some perfume.
Well, that was nothing, Mr. Nelson. Wait till you take the cork out.
Is that the stuff you're going to try to win Larry back with?
Mm-hmm. Do you think this perfume will make Larry notice me?
Even if you leave the city. Yeah, I mean, Lou, you better take this stuff back before it overwhelms me.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson. It spilled all over you.
Oh, that's all right, Emmy Lou. Nothing to worry about. It'll dry up.
But what will Mrs. Nelson think if you come home with all that perfume? Won't she think that...
Oh, no, of course not. Don't give it another thought. Mrs. Nelson trusts me implicitly. Don't worry about it, Emmy. And good luck with Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is Mr. Nelson in?
No, I'm sorry. He's not in right now.
That's too bad. I wanted to strangle him.
Well, he should be back in about... What?
You heard me, lady. I'm here to get that skunk.
Why? Who are you, the little stinker? Is this a joke or something?
This here ain't no joke. This here Ozzie Nelson has been running around with my girl, see?
My husband running around with your girl?
That's right, sister. And I intend to put a stop to that.
Oh, you must be mistaken. My husband is the most faithful man that breathes.
I intend to put a stop to that, too.
Well, now, look, I'm sure there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. Your husband is trying to beat my time with Lana Shanahan, the most beautiful dame in the world.
Oh, really? How's he making out?
Listen, 3/4 of an hour ago, he was sitting on her davenport pitching wool at her. Oh, I feel sorry for you, Mrs. Nelson.
What for? I think it's all sort of funny.
Oh, your husband's a goner now. Once the man meets Lana Shanahan, he's never the same.
Oh.
You mean he'll throw rocks at me when he comes home? Oh, look, I'm sorry, but I just know you're mistaken. My husband is a very nice person, and I trust him absolutely and completely.
Well, no guy can steal my girl and get away with it.
But I tell you, it couldn't have been Ozzy. Believe me, you're just making a wolf out of a Cocker Spaniel.
Lady, I ain't just guessing. I got proof. Here, take a look at this coat here. Does this coat look familiar to you?
Well, yes, it does.
It's your husband's, ain't it?
Yes, it's Ozzy's coat, all right. I'd recognize his shoulders anywhere.
Well, I found this coat up in my girl's apartment.
Oh, look, this whole thing is ridiculous. I don't care how many of his coats you found there.
I got plenty more evidence, sister. The guy at my girl's place had kind of a low voice.
Well, it might be Ozzy.
He had a sort of a silly giggle.
Well, it might be Ozzy.
And he was making passionate love to her.
You got the wrong guy.
Lady, there ain't no use trying to protect your husband. As soon as he pokes his nose in that door, I'm gonna beat him to a pulp.
Well, I'm just warning you, my husband knows jiu-jitsu.
No politician's gonna help him out of this.
But will you at least give Ozzy a chance to explain when he comes in?
I ain't giving him nothing. When he walks in that door, I'm gonna...
Oh, hello, dear. I see you have company.
I'll say you got company. And I ain't leaving here till I crush the life out of a Satan rat.
Oh, the man from the exterminators.
Well, not exactly, dear. This man came here to exterminate you. He claims that you've been romancing his girlfriend and you were with her this afternoon.
Why, that's silly, Harriet. Surely you don't believe him.
Oh, of course not. But he
Wait
says
a
that...
minute. Where was you this afternoon, chum?
Well, I was just out walking.
There, you see, he was out walking. Say, let me smell you a minute, Ozzy. What were you out walking with, a halibut?
Just as I thought. Lana Shanahan's pipe.
No, just a second. That's not Lana's perfume. That's some other girl's perfume.
Little man, you've had a busy day.
No. That's not what I meant at all. I can explain everything if you just give me a chance.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Is this your coat?
Yeah, sure, that's my coat.
Well, explain this. What was it doing in my girlfriend Lana's apartment?
I'm sure I don't know, and I don't know your girlfriend Lana.
A likely story. I should have punched you when you first walked in. Why,
just a minute. Whom do you think you're pushing around?
Home? You? That's home?
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I got a good mind to punch you right in the nose.
You do, and I'll bleed all over you.
Oh, now look, why don't you two be sensible? Listen, mister, I have an idea. Suppose I assure you that it'll never happen again. That you have my word that my husband will never again bother your girlfriend, Lana. Would that satisfy you?
Wow.
Well, suppose I promise to put a collar and leash on him and never let him out of the house without me.
A collar and leash, huh? Yeah, that's good. Okay, lady, I'll settle for that. So long, folks. I'll be getting back to Lana now.
Oh, gee, honey, that was a clever way to get rid of him. Saying you were going to put a collar and a leash on me. You know, dear, I'm never going to... Yes, dear.
What size neck have you got?
Now, Harriet, you can't really believe that silly story about that fellow's girlfriend.
Well, what do you expect me to believe? Having all that perfume on you and not knowing how your coat got into her apartment?
If you'll just let me explain, the perfume was spilled on me accidentally by Emmy Lou. As for the coat, I can't possibly imagine how it got there.
Well, Mother. Hi, Dad. Hello, son.
Hello, Lana.
Hey, where'd you get that lollipop? It's the size of a small manhole cover.
It cost me 50 cents, Mom. I earned some extra spending money like Pop told me.
Well, that's fine, son. I'm proud of you. How did you make the money?
Well, it was a cinch. I sold an old coat of yours to the delivery man.
Hey, tell me, David, was this coat here on the chair the one you sold?
Gee, that's the one, all right. How'd it get back here? Didn't the fellow like it?
No, he liked it all right. I'll tell you about it later, David. right now there's something I want to discuss with your mother.
Oh, now, Ozzy, you don't think I really believed a word of what that man said? You know me well enough for that.
Harriet.
Yes, dear?
What size neck have you got?
The end of the war means many things to the silversmiths of 1847 Rogers Brothers. But it means one thing in particular. It means that they have already returned to the job they love, the creation of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. In the bitter, frightful years of war, their fine craftsmanship was devoted to turning out fighting equipment and life-saving equipment for our armed forces. But they're now back at their old tasks, creating silver plate that's the last word in loveliness. Silver plate that can't fail to give you a sense of complete enjoyment. So, friends, if you're planning to get silver plate, my advice is to wait until 1847 Rogers Brothers is again at your silverware dealers. That day is not far off. Sooner than you think, you'll be able to go in and ask to see 1847's unique patterns. The pattern Adoration, for example, which was such a pre-war favorite. Adoration has the high raised ornamentation and deep etching so like solid silver. It has the streamlined contours, the delicate chasing, and the exquisite finish that make it truly a prize in silver plate. A prize it will pay you to wait for. So remember the pattern name, Adoration. The creator, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Now you see, Harriet, you are convicting me on purely circumstantial evidence.
All right. I forgive you, dear. Answer the door, please.
Okay. You forgive me. I should be forgiving you.
I knew you'd be sensible. Thank you, dear.
Yes?
Are you Ozzie Nelson?
Yes.
You are, huh? Are these yours?
Holy smokes, my pants! Where'd you... Harriet.
Yes, dear?
I think we'll just have to give David a raise in his allowance.
International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra. And don't forget, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Well, let's look in and see what the Nelsons of 1847 Rogers Road are doing. It's quite late at night. So late, I can't even see what time it is. Oh, thank you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. And all we can hear are the customary sounds of night. The grandfather's clock in the hall, a couple of crickets chirping on the lawn, the distant screams of the pedestrians on Sunset Boulevard. We tiptoe up the carpeted stairs and peek into the bedroom. Aren't we devils? The stillness there is interrupted only by the gentle ticking of the clock. Wait a minute. I think I hear Harriet's voice.
And I think I really should get that hat because I haven't had a thing to wear with my navy blue outfit except that old hat I bought last year. Well, besides, that really doesn't go with my navy blue anyhow.
Ozzie replies,
He sure falls asleep fast. Well, I may as well go to sleep myself. goodness, the faucet in the bathroom's dripping. I'll never fall asleep now. Ozzie. Ozzie, dear, wake up.
Good night, dear.
Ozzie, there's a drip in the bathroom. I say there's a drip in the bathroom.
Doesn't he know this is a private home?
Oh, please, dear. It's the faucet in the bathroom. Would you get up and shut it off? It'll keep us awake all night.
I don't hear a thing. Good night, dear.
Oh, honey, I'm sure the faucet is dripping. Aren't you going to get up and turn it off?
Well, let's wait until the next time you hear burglars, then I can get up for both of them at the same time.
Ozzie, it may flood the bathroom. We could both be drowned in our sleep.
Okay. Go to the closet, and on the top shelf there's a box. Get it.
What's in it?
Water wings.
Very funny, very funny. You mean you're not going to turn off the faucet?
Well, darling, it isn't bothering me. Why should I bother it? Live and let live, I always say.
Oh, you dog.
And let sleeping dogs lie.
You mean to say you can sleep with that going on?
I told you I don't hear any dripping.
Oh, for goodness sakes, listen.
I don't hear a thing.
There, did you hear that?
I don't hear a thing. It must be your imagination. I didn't hear that one either.
Ozzie, Nelson, you know you hear it just as well as I do.
Okay, the faucet is dripping a little. So what? I'm tired.
Oh. So you won't do a little thing like shutting off the faucet for me. The day of chivalry is certainly dead. In those days, a man would never let his wife do any menial work.
Listen, if these were the days of chivalry, I'd probably be a knight, wouldn't I? And I'd have to go out and fight dragons and things, wouldn't I?
Well, I suppose so.
Well, if I'm out fighting dragons, wouldn't you have to get up and shut off the faucet?
That's not one bit funny. I'm not kidding. This is going a little too far. You don't love me anymore.
Oh, darling, where's your sense of humor? Of course I love you, and you know it. I love you more than anything in the whole wide world. I think you're the most wonderful wife a man ever had. Now go and shut off the water.
I will not. The floor is cold, and you know it.
Well, it's cold on my little piggy wiggies, too, you know. I tell you what I'll do. I'll show you that chivalry isn't dead. I'll be a gentleman about it. I'll play you gin rummy, loser goes.
Gin rummy? Oh, we haven't got any cards.
I'll get the cards. Where's the light? Oh, there. The cards here in the dresser, Harriet?
I think they're in the hall table.
Oh. They're not here, Harriet.
Try the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Funny place for cards in the bathroom.
And while you're there, turn off the faucet.
Oh. Okay, there. Harriet, I can't find the cards here.
Never mind the cards.
Never mind, but how are we going to decide who... I've been tricked, and by my own wife, too.
Well, anyway, dear, the faucet is shut off.
Oh, yeah. I might as well admit it was beginning to bother me, too. Why, I'm sleepy. Oh, this bed feels good.
Thank you very much, dear.
No, nothing at all.
I'm sorry I tricked you, Ozzie.
Oh, that's all right.
Now we can sleep.
Close it all.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Oh, for the love of Mike.
Obstinate little gadget, isn't it?
Wait a minute, I got an idea.
Where are you going? What are you going to do?
I'll be right back. There, that did it.
What'd you do?
Honey, I must admit that I fixed that leak with a simple little device that the average husband wouldn't have thought of.
What'd you do? Leave a finger there?
No. It's a very simple psychological matter. Since I couldn't stop the drip, I merely turned the water on a little harder, and since a steady stream of water makes little or no noise, presto, I have eliminated the disturbing element.
Oh, Ozzie, you're wonderful.
And if you should hear the gentle flowing of the water, just imagine you're out camping by a mountain stream, and you'll fall right off to sleep.
Darling, sometimes I think you're an absolute genius.
Oh. Well, maybe you're right at that. Oh, good night, dear. It's morning already.
I just woke up, too. It's a lovely day.
Well, might as well hop out of bed and get dressed. Holy smokes, this is the worst early morning fog in history. Harriet, the room is flooded.
Flooded?
Yes, hurry, get dressed. Quick, grab your shoes as they float by.
Oh, something must have happened with that faucet. You better get to the bathroom and see what's wrong.
Oh, I just happened to think of something. Harriet, you remember last night when I figured out a way to stop that drip by letting the water run a little faster?
Yes?
Well, even the greatest of scientists on the eve of world-shaking discoveries often overlook matters of less magnitude in their zeal and absorption.
You mean you left the stopper in the sink?
Right.
Well, Mr. Scientist, you'll just have to get busy and clean up this mess before you get any breakfast today.
Okay, it's my own fault, and I'm perfectly willing to take the consequences. But how am I going to get rid of all this water? Shall I get an 1847 Rogers Brothers silver-plated spoon and ladle it up?
Well, you could, dear. But a simpler way would be a pail and 2 mops.
Well, I don't know much about this. What do I do with the mops?
Well, just make believe it's New Year's Eve.
Make believe it's New Year's Eve?
Mm-hmm. Just wring out the old and ring in the new.
Oh, wow, what a job that was.
Morning, Pop.
Hello, David.
Ready for breakfast now, dear?
Yep.
All through upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't take you so long after all.
No, just 3.5 hours. I am now an expert on mopping up operations.
Well, here's your breakfast, dear.
I'll just have the toast and the eggs.
Don't you want any orange juice?
Please, no liquids.
Will you excuse me, dear? I want to call a plumber to come over and fix the faucet.
Well, you're not serious, are you?
Well, of course I am.
Well, you don't think I'd be so idiotic as to have a plumber come all the way over here just to fix a leaky faucet?
Well, why not? Last week you called in an electrician just to change an electric light bulb.
Go ahead, make fun of me.
What do you think I'm doing now? No, honestly, honey, you're a very, very, very clever fellow. And I love you dearly, but there's no sense in having the house wash away.
Now, Harriet, stop talking nonsense. House wash away. We have a little flood around here, and everybody gets frightened to death.
Nobody was frightened.
Oh, no, then who hung those water wings in the bathroom?
Those aren't water wings.
Oh.
Gloria's probably waiting to clear away these dishes. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. We're finished breakfast. Hey, by the way, your room is exactly under ours. Did the water leak through?
Well, the water leaked through, but nothing got wet. You see, I sleep with my mouth open.
You mean you swallowed the water?
Well, I don't know, but come to think of it, this morning when I ate a piece of toast, I could hear it splash. Tell me, Mrs. Nelson, how did the flood start?
Well, Mr. Nelson thought it'd be nice to let the water run and dream we were out camping beside a mountain stream.
Oh, sure. It was all my fault.
I went camping once. Way up on a mountaintop.
Oh, my, that sounds romantic.
Oh, it was romantic. One night I was sitting under the stars, and someone sat down beside me, and he put his arm around me. And we sat there not saying a word, just looking at the stars. And then the moon came up just in time.
Well, what do you mean?
5 minutes more and I'd have been engaged to a grizzly bear.
Oh, it must have been frightening when the moon came up and you were sitting there with a grizzly bear.
It must have been. He ran like everything. Well, I hope the flood in the house didn't do too much damage.
Oh, I don't think so. Nothing really serious.
You should have seen that water dripping down the stairs this morning.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't wake us, Gloria. Try to remember. Always call us anytime you see anything unusual in the house.
Well, that's not so unusual.
My goodness, if water dripping down the stairs isn't unusual, what is?
Water dripping up the stairs?
I see what you mean. Well, Gloria, be prepared for anything around here this morning because Mr. Nelson insists he's going to fix the leak himself.
Mrs. Nelson's just jealous because she's not mechanically inclined. Are you mechanically inclined, Gloria?
Oh, yes. I could go for a nice mechanic anytime.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we had to call on your boyfriend Elmer before Mr. Nelson's through.
Oh, but Elmer's no good at fixing things.
Why, didn't you tell me the other day that Elmer was a handyman?
I just meant that he only lives 2 blocks away. He's a handyman. Well, I better clean away these dishes.
And I better go upstairs and fix that leak.
Can I go with you, Pop?
Now, you see that, Harriet? You're afraid I'm going to flood the house, but thank goodness at least my son has confidence in me. Come on along, David.
I'll be right with you, Dad, as soon as I get my sailboat.
Yeah, it's really leaking all right.
Yeah, but are you sure you can fix it?
There's nothing to it, David. You just watch. There isn't anything your old man doesn't know about plumbing. I know this sink like a book. You can assist Daddy in the operation if you like.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Now we go to work. Wrench.
Wrench.
Pliers.
Pliers.
Screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Hammer.
Hammer.
Iodine. I think maybe I'd better go with this a little different way. Aha, here we are. This'll take care of the old leak. Now watch, David. I just put the monkey wrench on this pipe, and I twist it to the right. Turning to the right always shuts things off, David.
Are you sure, Dad?
Positive. That's how all pipes are made. Twisting to the right shuts them off. And I hit the monkey wrench with a hammer now to turn it real hard.
Pop, what if that loosens the whole thing up?
It won't, son.
Are you sure, Pop?
I'm as sure of that as I am that tomorrow will be a beautiful day. Well, that's California for you.
Well, as the walrus might have said to the carpenter, now it's my turn to speak to those of you who have been saving for the day when you could go to your silverware dealers, ask for 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, and get it. That day will be here very soon, too. If you could see the town of Meriden, Connecticut, where the home of 1847 Rogers Brothers is, you'd be sure of that. For in Meriden today, the harsh, urgent clamor of war machinery has given place to the quiet hum of silversmithing. The skilled hands that broke all records turning out fighting weapons are again engaged in the task they love, the creation of America's finest silver plate. Soon the silver plate itself will be at your silverware dealers, as lovely in design, as incomparable in craftsmanship as always. We feel sure you'll want to wait that short while, that before you buy any new silverware for your home, you'll want to see the famous silver plate of the 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's time for those lovely singing stars, the famous King Sisters.
If you ain't wrong, you're right. If it ain't dark, it's light. If you ain't sure, you might another. Tell me what I must know. If you don't like, I'll go. If it ain't yes, it's no. Gotta be this or that. Is it big or small? Is it spring or fall? Is it fresh or panned? Is it fresh or canned? Gotta know before I go. Gotta be this or that. Is it old or new? Is it me or you? Is it much or few? Ha ha ha, boo boo. You're square to be so unfair. Gotta be this or that. Who can it be? If it ain't me, surely not your mother. If that's me, one way or another. Tell me what I must know. If you don't like, I'll go. If it ain't yes, it's no. Gotta be this or that. It's day or night. It's black or white. It is loose or tight. Gotta be this or that. Dog or cat. Honey or sister cat. Lean or fat. Here is that baby. Gotta be this or that.
Now back to Ozzie and Harriet. Well, things are sure in a mess at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. Ozzie's attempt to fix something has led to complete disaster. Instead of fixing the leak in the pipe, Ozzie has succeeded in breaking it and causing a small-sized flood. As our scene opens, our hero is entering a nearby plumbing shop.
Say, could you come up to our house right away? We got a busted pipe that needs fixing.
Well, I'll tell the boss about it.
Well, what about you? Aren't you a plumber?
No, I ain't no plumber. I'm just a plumber's helper. I ain't allowed to fix nothing. I'm only allowed to watch it being fixed.
Well, look, this is rather urgent.
Okay. Just relax, mister. Give me your name and address. I'll put it on the list. And as soon as the boss can look at it, you'll be taken care of. That's the best I can do.
Well, the name is Nelson, and the address is 1847 Rogers Road. Try and rush it, will you, because it's an emergency.
Okay.
You got that address, haven't you? 1847 Rogers Road.
Okay. Everything is an emergency. The guy's got a little leak, so it's an emergency. Some people don't seem to realize there's a... Hey, wait a minute. The war's over. Hey, boss! Here's another address for you to stop at. You better hurry. It's an emergency.
Nelson, 1847 Rogers Road. Thanks, I'll go right over.
Yes?
Mr. Nelson?
That's right.
Well, may I come in? You're next on my list.
I'm next on your list?
Yes. Didn't you send for a plumber?
Well, yes, but
Is something the matter?
Well, I just wasn't expecting a lady plumber. Tell me, have you plumbed long?
A few years, and I like it. When I started, I never thought I'd feel this way about plumbing.
I never thought I'd feel this way about a plumber.
Oh, I understand you have a broken pipe in the bathroom.
We have? Yes, of course.
Well, of course. Didn't you call
Pardon
them?
me, boss. I got all the tools here.
Oh, thank you. Just lay them down there, Tyrone. And, Tyrone, would you please find the water shut off?
Okay, boss.
And keep in touch with me.
Okay, boss.
I'm sorry I was so confused, but well, it's just that most plumbers are men, and you're quite the opposite.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that I've upset you so.
Oh, that's all right, really.
After all, in these times, women drive buses, they work on railroads, they use riveting machines. They do just about everything.
That's right. Who knows, someday a few of them might even learn to cook.
Well, now, I think I'd really better get to work on that leaky pipe.
Tyrone, calling the boss.
What's that?
Oh, that's our portable communication system. Sort of a walkie-talkie. Saves us a lot of time. Boss to Tyrone. Come in, Tyrone.
I think I found that water shut-off, boss. There's a knob here that looked like the opening to a coal chute. But then I remembered that in California, they... Whoa! Say, they do have coal chutes here, don't they?
Keep trying, Tyrone.
Is somebody here, Ozzy?
Oh, yes, dear, it's the plumber.
Oh, good. I'd like to what you...
Oh. Are you the plumber? That's right. I'm the plumber.
Oh, you must tell me who does your hair. It's adorable.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I had my hair done at the Pierre salon.
That pipe is...
Pierre specializes in lady plumbers. In fact, he calls this the lady plumber hairdo.
Oh, well, it's really beautiful. That big pompadour in the center and the braids on each side. It's so romantic.
Yes. It represents a water boiler surrounded by stovepipes.
Tyrone, calling the boss. Come in.
Yes, Tyrone?
I think I found out where the water shut-off is. I'm down in the basement, and in here they got a sort of a den, you see. And in the corner of the den, they got a small bar, and there's I'll call you back.
Look, I don't mean to be personal, but that perfume you're wearing, is that a Pierre creation, too?
Say, it's quite a leak, and they've got a...
Pierre didn't feel that those imported perfumes fit my profession. You know, temptation, surrender, follow me.
And he made that special perfume for lady plumbers?
That's right.
What is it called?
Come here before I slug you.
Oh, my. This Pierre sounds original.
Pardon me, that leak in the pipe, it's only covered by rags. And
Oh, my goodness, we forgot about the leak.
Oh, dear, say, I wonder what happened to my helper, Tyrone. Calling Tyrone. Tyrone. Tyrone?
Happy New Year!
Tyrone.
Would you please inform our hostess that we are running out of ice cubes?
Oh, dear. Something tells me I'll have to fix this without Tyrone.
Well, how are you coming along?
Oh, fine, thanks. You know, Mr. Nelson, I'm the kind of plumber that doesn't believe in taking chances. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another washer. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another piece of pipe.
Well, what are you doing?
Installing a new sink.
Day this has been. Sure is good to get in bed.
You betcha. I never thought when I heard that faucet dripping last night that it would lead to such complete reconversion.
Well, neither did I.
What a routine. The new wash bowl and And the new tub you had to get to match the wash bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Seems an awful lot to go through just to stop a dripping faucet. Oh, well, let's get some sleep, shall we?
Okay. Oh, good night, dear.
Good night.
Harriet,
Yes, dear?
do you hear anything?
Not a thing.
Neither do I. Good night.
Ozzie and Harriet of 1847 Rogers Road will be back in just a moment. Meantime...
Oh, Mr. Smith, did you ever hear of that man, Tantalus?
Oh, you mean the character in Greek mythology? The fellow that had all that delicious food put before him, only it was always just out of his reach?
That's the man, and that's the way I feel, too. I've been hearing so much about 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. How unusual its designs are, how beautiful and rich looking. It's not so I dream about owning 1847 silver plate. And then I wake up and realize there isn't any to be had. It's very tantalizing, Mr. Smith.
Well, it won't be tantalizing much longer, at least not in the same way. Pretty soon you will be able to buy this lovely silver plate. Then the tantalizing part will be which pattern to choose.
Well, the first love pattern looks very beautiful in the pictures I've seen in the magazine.
The pattern itself is even more beautiful. Notice when you see it how richly raised the ornament is, how deeply etched. That kind of craftsmanship was formerly found only in solid silver. It took 1847 Rogers Brothers to carry it out in silver plate.
I know. I've heard they've done some wonderful things with silver plate.
Be patient a little longer, and you can see what they've done firsthand. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate will be at your silverware dealer soon. Wait until then. It's well worth waiting for, believe me.
Ozzie. Ozzie!
Yeah, I hear a dripping noise, too. How do you like that? We had a whole new sink put in, and I still hear that dripping noise.
But Ozzie...
I might have known better than to trust a woman, Plumber. She puts in a whole new sink, and there goes that dripping noise again.
But Ozzie...
Please, Harriet, don't try to protect her just because you happen to be a woman, too. I know a drip when I hear one. I'm plenty sure. Can you imagine...
Ozzie, will you please look down at the end of the bed? Your hot water bottle's leaking.
International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra. And don't forget, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were Bea Benaderet, John Brown, Joel Davis, and Viola Vaughn. Original music was composed by Billy May. Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
International Sterling. International Sterling is solid silver. The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling. From Hollywood, the creators of International Sterling presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. It's late afternoon as we join the Nelsons at 1847 Rogers Road. Harriet is sitting in the living room, and little David is just entering the house.
Is that you, David? Yes, Mother. All through playing? Yes, Mother. I was just going upstairs to get ready for dinner.
I want to brush my shoes and change my clothes and clean my teeth and wash my face.
David, come in here. I want to talk to you.
I'll be right there in about 5 minutes.
You come in here right now, young man. I've been a mother long enough to know when something's wrong.
All right, Mother. Here I am.
Oh, David Nelson, look at you. Your pants are torn, your sweater's ripped, your face is scratched, and your lip is cut.
Mother, there's something I want to tell you.
I've been fighting. Yeah. Well, that's rather obvious, to say the least. How did it happen?
Well, you know that boy Hubert Jones down the block? Well, me and him...
Not me and him.
I mean, him and me, him and I, we had a few words.
What do you mean you had a few words?
Well, we didn't do much talking.
David, you know very well that fighting in the streets is terrible, and I won't have it.
Well, gee whiz, Mom. It wasn't all my fault. He said something to me I didn't like, and I said something back to him. And I kind of pushed out my fist, and he banged his nose against it.
I think I've heard just about enough. You'll have to be punished, David. I don't like to say that, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
Oh, Mom.
Now, don't look up at me with that sad face and try to break my heart, because it's not going to do any good. I think this is something for your father to handle. Oh, Ozzie! Ozzie!
We're coming, dear. What is it, Harriet?
Just look at David. He's been out fighting in the street with that Jones boy. It's disgraceful, that's what it is. You're his father, and I think you ought to say something to him.
David?
Yes, Dad.
Who won?
Ozzie Nelson, you're just as bad as he is.
Well, if David was fighting, he might have had a good reason.
I don't care what his reason was. Look at his lip. Look at his cheek. Look at his ear. I want him to grow up to look like my side of the family.
Now, look, I'm not taking David's part, mind you, but I do think that every young boy should learn how to defend himself. And I speak from personal experience.
Gosh, I'll bet you were a great fighter when you were a kid, Dad.
Well, as a matter of fact, I guess I was, David.
Did you get many Indians?
Well, David...
David, stop buttering up your father. A fine lecture you're giving the boy.
David, your mother's right. What your mother means is that we just don't like the idea of your getting into fights in the street. We'd rather that it stop.
Oh, don't be too severe with him, dear.
Now, exactly what happened, David?
Well, we had a few words, and I hit him a few times, and he hit me a few times, and then I hit him a few more times.
But you did hit him first. And you know your mother and I don't like to have you fighting. Uppercut?
Yep.
Did you keep your left out and jab as I told you?
Oh, no, Pop, I forgot.
But I told you to keep that left out and jab, jab, jab.
Ozzie?
David, you'll find as you progress along the highway of life, it's of the utmost importance that you learn how to get along with your fellow man. You must avoid trouble, avoid arguments, avoid misunderstandings. And if you do get into a fight, keep your left out and jab, jab, jab.
Ozzie!
Now, how did this thing start, David?
Well, we were playing baseball, and I was up at bat, and this fella said I was a bum ball player.
Well, that's no reason to begin using your fists.
But he called me a little stinker.
Well, you just ignore him, David. Names can't hurt you.
Then he said you were a big stinker.
Why didn't you hit him with the bat?
David, maybe you'd better run along and get cleaned up for dinner.
Okay, Mom.
And David, no more fighting. Now remember what I say, because the next time I catch you fighting, I won't tell your father. I'll handle it myself.
Yes, Mom. I'll be right down.
He's a fine boy, all right. I'm afraid he's a chip off the old block. Gosh, I remember when I was a kid, I was a terror of the neighborhood.
Oh, Ozzie Nelson, you were a fat little boy and you know it.
Fat? It so happens I was known as Nelson the Muscle Boy.
Well, from what I heard, they used to call you Nelson the Bustle Boy. Come on, let's go into dinner.
Gee, I'm glad the meat situation's eased up. Sure is good to eat a steak for a change.
Was yours tender?
Oh, perfect. Very tender. In fact, I cut it with my international sterling silver butter knife.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, dear. I'll call Gloria. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
call me Mrs. Nelson.
Yes, Gloria, I did. We finished dinner.
Oh, it was wonderful, too.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my goodness. What happened to David's face?
Oh, he got into a fight with a Jones boy down the street.
Oh, look at your eye, David. You're going to have a black eye just like I got once. The time somebody sneaked up behind me and gave me a kick.
Somebody sneaked up behind you and gave you a kick?
Yes.
And you got a black eye?
I was looking through a keyhole at the time.
Well, I just hope David doesn't make a habit of getting into these fights.
Oh, don't worry, Mom. I'll see you later.
I think fighting is terrible. And I know, too, because my mother and father were always getting into fights.
Oh, that's too bad.
They just never got along. They were divorced twice.
Twice? You mean they remarried?
Oh, no, they just wanted to make sure.
You know, so much trouble could be avoided if everybody realized there are two sides to every question. Things can be viewed from so many different angles.
That's why I never wear slacks.
Well, that's something else again. What I meant was that coming to blows is so foolish. The old saying is still true. Might doesn't make right.
Mrs. Nelson, you've never been out with a sailor, have you?
Well, not lately, Gloria, anyway.
I'll get it. Yes?
That's the kid's father, Unc. Hit him.
What?
Go ahead, Unc. Hit him. You know what Annie told you.
Now, just a minute, Hubert. The man hasn't even said anything yet.
What's this all about?
There, he said something. Hit him.
What's going on here?
Well, it seems that your son had a fight with my nephew and bloodied his nose.
Oh, yes. Well, I already gave David a lecture about that.
Yatata. Talk. Hit him, Uncle Peter, and let's go home.
Now, just a minute, son. You're bigger than David. Why can't you settle your own arguments?
Because the psychiatrist says I'm a delicate, sensitive boy who abhors violence. Go ahead, bust him on, Unc.
Your uncle's not going to hit anybody.
That's what you think.
Hubert, you better wait out in the car. Some of the things I'm going to say to Mr. Nelson may not be fit for you to hear.
But, Uncle Peter, I want to hear.
I'm sure your Aunt Bertha would not approve. Now go. Go.
Well, okay. Be sure you give him you-know-what.
Okay, he's gone. Now, just what is this you're going to say to me?
Take hands. You've got a fine boy. I'm Hubert's uncle, but Hubert is one of the most mean brats that I have ever seen.
Well, my gosh, how can an uncle speak that way about his nephew?
Well, I'm not really his uncle. I'm only his uncle through an error.
Through an error?
Yes, I married his aunt. She's the one who forced me to come over here and bawl you out.
Oh, really?
You see, little Hubert comes by it naturally. He's always picking fights with other boys. Then my wife sends me out to argue with their parents. This is the fourth mission I've been on this week.
Well, why do you go?
Oh, Mr. Nelson, you don't know my wife.
Well, you sound as if you're afraid of her.
Afraid of her? If I didn't come over here to bawl you out, she would take me and bend me over backwards.
Now, please, she can't really bend you over backwards.
Mr. Nelson, I have spent some of the best years of my life staring at the seat of my pants.
Oh, you're just like a lot of other men. You're afraid to assert yourself with your wife. Now, look, the next time she pulls that stuff, tell her off.
Really?
Absolutely. It's all a matter of psychology. Now, what's every woman's biggest fear? Having her husband run out on her. And that's the best way to threaten her. Make out you're running out on her, and she'll be a different woman.
Is that so?
Well, sure, there's nothing to it. At the end of one of your arguments, all you have to do is walk over to the door and leave.
Are you kidding? At the end of one of our arguments, who can walk?
Would you please listen to me? I'm telling you, it never misses. Now, the next time you have a little argument, don't take anything from her at all. Just get mad and say, I'm going out and I don't know when I'm coming back. And out you go. And don't just close the door, slam it.
Slam the door.
In 3 or 4 hours, come back home. Don't come crawling back with a bunch of apologies and a box of candy. Just bust right in, tell her you came back with some shirts and ties and your toothbrush. When she hears that, she'll stop crying. Then you can take your time accepting her apology and forgiving her.
Oh, gosh. Thanks, Louise. Bye.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, look out. Here comes the little stool pigeon. You better start working me over.
Well, how you doing, Uncle Peter? If you don't tell him plenty, I'll tell Aunt Bertha, and you know what she'll do to you.
Don't interrupt me, Hubert. It's a fine state of affairs, Mr. Nelson, when an innocent little child like Hubert can not go outside without being set upon by a hoodlum.
Oh, it's terrible. I'm so ashamed.
Well, you should be. It is a disgraceful way to bring up a child, and I suggest that you see that he mends his ways, or I will be forced to take this up with the authorities who handle juvenile delinquents.
Oh, please, give me just one more chance, sir.
Oh, why don't you hit him, Uncle Peter?
I wouldn't soil my hands on him.
Ozzie, what's keeping you...
And another thing, Nelson, you're lucky you apologized for making all this trouble, or I'd really smash you a good one.
Ozzie, are you going to stand there and let him say things like that?
Well, I'll explain later.
And don't let it happen again. Goodbye. And you're peachy, Mr. Nelson.
Why, Ozzie Nelson, I'm surprised at you.
Now, stop jumping to conclusions.
The idea is just standing there and taking all that abuse.
Will you let me explain, please? I was just saving the poor guy's life, that's all. His wife made him come over here and do that.
You mean you let him say those things to keep his wife happy?
Well, what's wrong with doing a guy a favor?
Well, leave it to men to figure out a thing like that, of all the idiotic things.
Well, I don't see anything idiotic about it. I just helped them out, that's all. Besides, if men are idiotic, what are women?
Oh, go on. Go on. It's just about time to bring up women drivers to prove your point, isn't it?
No, it isn't. I happen to think that women drivers drive very well, considering they keep their eyes closed in traffic.
Well, it happens to be a well-known fact that men are sillier than women.
It does?
Yes. Ask any woman.
Harriet, maybe you're right at that. Maybe men are sillier than women.
Oh, so you finally admit it?
Yes, sir, they must be sillier than women, because look how silly women are, and men marry them.
Oh, why, Ozzie
Now, look
Nelson.
here, I'm not the type to argue. I happen to know there's only one way for a husband to handle a situation like this, and that's this way. Goodbye.
Oh, Ozzie! Ozzie, come back!
Yes?
You forgot your hat.
Sterling silver is like a beautiful fur coat or a diamond ring. Almost every woman desires it. And the sterling many of the most discerning women choose is International Sterling. International Sterling is genuine and enduring. It lasts and lasts because it's solid silver through and through. It's beautiful. It has a proud and impressive background. The craftsmen who make International Sterling are men to whom the art of silversmithing has been a cherished legacy for more than a century. In tribute to their skill, some of their work has been on exhibit in leading art museums. Yet, famous and lovely as International Sterling Silver is, it is within your means, because you don't have to buy a complete set at once. You can get one or two place settings of International Sterling now and add others later. That's the convenient, economical way of buying sterling. A way that has placed International Sterling where it belongs, in more and more homes like yours. So don't just dream about sterling, own it. See your silverware dealer this week about International Sterling Silver. Now it's time for our lovely singing stars, the four famous King sisters.
Gonna take a sentimental journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. Gonna take a sentimental journey to new old memories. Got my bag, got my reservation. I spend each time I could afford. Like a child in wild anticipation. Long
get back to Ozzie and Harriet, shall we? There's been a little quarrel at the Nelson household this evening. Oh, I can't believe it's anything serious, but yet... Gosh, Ozzie did walk out and slam the door, and... Well, we'll see. As our scene opens, Ozzie is mumbling his way down the street.
Sometimes you just gotta put your foot down. Oh, hello, Emmy Lou.
I'm sorry I can't stop to speak to you today, Mr. Nelson. I've simply got to meet my girlfriend downtown. I've got to fly.
Well, run right along, Emmy Lou. I got nothing on my mind right now except a lot of domestic trouble anyway.
Goodbye, Mr. Nelson. Did you say domestic trouble?
Oh, well, it's nothing serious, Emmy. Nothing to get excited about. All that happened was Mrs. Nelson and I had a little difference of opinion.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, although that really does create sort of a problem.
You call that a problem, Mr. Nelson? Just put yourself in my shoes. How would you like to meet a boy that you fell in love with at first sight, and he fell in love with you, too? And he kept saying he loved you, but he couldn't get married because he was supporting his little sister. And then you found out he didn't even have a little sister, that it was all lies, lies, lies.
Is that what happened to you?
Well, no, but I've got a blind date for tomorrow, and you never can tell.
Well, I mean, I'm afraid you didn't quite understand my problem. You see, I walked out of the house in the middle of an argument before, and I'm depending on psychology to force Mrs. Nelson to make the first move.
You mean you're going back in the house and make up?
Oh, no, that's where the psychology comes in. Now, the average husband would come crawling back with a box of candy and a lot of apologies. Not me. I use the hard-to-get method, the old psychology. Never fails. Well, see you later, Emmy Lou.
Bye, Mr. Nelson. I hope you won't be too lonesome tonight.
Are you kidding? I'm on my way now to call a few of my friends and have a poker game or something. There's plenty to do. Probably be a big night for me. Oh, Charlie? Yeah, this is Ozzie. That's right. Yeah, I haven't talked to you in months. What's new? Really? Today? Oh, well, congratulations. What is it, a boy? Ah, that's swell. And I don't suppose you'll be interested in the game tonight. Well, anyway, it's been nice speaking to you, Charlie. Haven't talked to you in months. So long. Oh, by the way, this new edition's number 4, isn't it? What? Number 9? Say, I haven't talked to you in years. Well, that takes care of Charlie. Don couldn't make it, or Harold, or Ben. I think I'll give Al a ring. Hello, Al? Hey, this is Ozzie. Yeah. How about a little poker tonight, or a night baseball game or something? Promise your wife what? Well, just tell her you'll take her to the movies some other time. No, of course I'm not drunk. Nothing wrong with a guy going out without his wife once in a while, is there? Men ought to assert themselves a little more, then their wives would appreciate them. Well, no, I'm not making this call from my house. Okay. What? Oh, don't worry about me. There are plenty of bright spots open. So long, Al. Golly, all these henpecked guys. I know what I'll do. I'll call George. Or Cal. They're always on the loose. Oh, golly, all these henpecked guys. Hey, this solitaire's not a bad game at that. Let's see how much I lost to myself. Gee, I'd really be in a hole if I hadn't cheated a little.
I'm sorry, sir. The library closes at 9:30.
Oh, thank you. Well, I guess I've let Harriet suffer enough. I might as well go home and accept her apologies.
Is that you, Ozzie?
Yes, Harriet.
Did you come back for something?
Oh, I think I'll stay downtown tonight.
Fine, that'll be a break for me. You've been snoring lately.
Well, I just came back to get my other suit and some shirts and ties. I'll go upstairs and get them now.
Well, don't bother. I packed a suitcase for you with your things in it. It's right there by the doorway.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
What the matter? Don't you like the suitcase?
Oh, yes. It's fine.
Well, it's fine. I suppose you've been having a big time.
Oh, I just hit a few of the high spots. Dropped into the Macombo, and then over the Trocadero, and from there to Ciro's.
Did you stand?
Well, just a couple of turns around the floor at each place.
With anyone I know?
No, just a couple of cute little girls I happened to meet. They weren't particularly brilliant conversationalists, but they certainly were,
Good dancers?
Well, it was so crowded, we just stood in the middle of the floor and vibrated a little.
Oh. Well, that sounds like fun.
Yes, it was, I guess. Well, I'd better be going. I say I'd better be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If you ever need me for anything, that faucet may start to leak again. You can reach me by putting an ad in the press. Signed, Logan. I'll come from wherever I am.
I put your toothbrush and a razor in the suitcase, too.
Oh, you needn't have bothered with my razor. I don't think I'll be shaving. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. What's that you're hiding in back of you?
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's silly of me. I just thought for a minute it was a box of candy.
How can a woman be married to a man for 10 years almost and know so little about his character? Don't you realize that if I brought home a box of candy to you, it would be an admission of defeat? It'd be like saying, I'm sorry, forgive me.
Well, what is that behind your back?
A box of candy. I'm sorry, darling. Forgive me.
Oh, no, it was all my fault. I was so stubborn.
Oh, but you were right all the time.
No, I was wrong. You were right.
Then why didn't you apologize? You packing that suitcase. You would have let me leave, wouldn't you?
But
I never want to see that suitcase again. I'm going to throw it out right now.
Here, I'll give you a hammer.
A hammer?
Yes, the suitcase is nailed to the floor.
I knew I should have held out just a little longer.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in a moment.
Mrs. Smith? Mrs. Smith, how about me?
Oh, yes, you're the woman who had so many nice things to say about International Sterling Silver.
May I speak now?
It's all yours. Go right ahead.
Friends, ladies, gentlemen. Oh, gosh, Mrs. Smith, I don't think I can.
Oh, don't be nervous. Just tell the folks what you told me about International Sterling Silver.
Well, friends, ladies, oh, gosh.
Oh, come on. Don't be nervous. Just pretend you're in a department store, looking at a set of International Sterling in the 1810 pattern. You've got one of the spoons in your hand, and you turn it this way and that, admiring the unusualness of the squared-off shaft and the way the silver gleams in the light.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
You think how proud you'd feel if that International Sterling service were in your home instead of in the store. You picture the way it would look on your table against your best linens and your favorite china.
Oh, golly, wouldn't it be wonderful? Everybody I know would be green with envy.
Go on.
Go on?
Well, sure. Now that you've got over your nervousness, aren't you going to say something about International Sterling Silver?
No. I think I'll just say go and see International Sterling.
Well, that's very good advice, ladies and gentlemen. So tie a string around your finger, make a note on your calendar pad, do whatever you find most helpful to remind you to visit your silverware dealer this week and see International Sterling Silver. Believe me, you'll be glad you made the trip. And now let's look in on Ozzie and Harriet again.
Ozzie?
Yes, Harriet?
I forgot to tell you. Before you got back, the librarian called and said she found your king of diamonds under the nonfiction table.
Oh, well, then you knew I wasn't at the Macombo or Ciro's dancing with those girls?
Yes, dear.
Well, then why did you look so mad?
Because you
looked so happy while you were telling me about it.
Oh, fine. Harriet and I have been asked to remind you that even though the war is over, the government still needs tin to send food to our soldiers in Europe and the Pacific. It needs tin to pack medical supplies for our wounded soldiers. It needs tin to put civilian goods back on the market. The need is great and the supply limited.
And it'll take some time before we can get normal shipments from such places as the Dutch East Indies and Malaya. So for the time being, our most valuable tin mine is the American kitchen.
And let's make sure that the tin cans are prepared properly for salvage. The labels removed, the tin washed thoroughly and prepared in accordance with local requirements. Thanks a lot, folks. Good night.
Good night, folks.
International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra. And don't forget, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were B. Benaderet, John Brown, Joel Davis, Louise Erickson, and Tommy Cook. Original music was composed by Billy May. Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Yes, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. As we look in at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road, the entire family, Ozzie, Harriet, 8-year-old David, and 5-year-old Ricky, are at the dinner table. As our scene opens, Harriet is giving David one of those David eat your spinach looks as she says,
David, eat your spinach.
But I don't like spinach, Mother.
Now, David, let's not have any more of this nonsense. If you don't eat your spinach, you don't get any dessert, that's all.
What are we having for dessert, Mom?
Stewed prunes, but eat your spinach anyway.
Look at little Ricky. He's eating his.
But you can't go by him, Pop. He eats rubber bands, too.
David, will you please give me a chance to relax a little? I've got a pretty important evening ahead of me.
Is it something you can talk about in front of us kids?
Oh, sure, David. Your father's just been initiated into a secret organization tonight.
Gosh, another one, Pop?
That was exactly my reaction, David. It isn't enough that your father is a member of 6 or 7 lodges already. Now he has to join...
Please, Harriet. After all.
What's the name of this one, Pop?
David, the name of an organization is comparatively unimportant.
Hey, come to think of it, you didn't tell me either. What is the name of it?
Harriet, you judge an organization by its members, by its background, and by its good fellowship.
Ozzie, what is the name of the organization?
The Amiable and Antique Order of Prehistoric Monsters.
Goodness, dear, this is going to be a little frightening. You're already an elk, a moose, and an eagle. Now you're going to be a monster.
Okay. Now tell me I've got a good head for it, and we'll all laugh.
Well, it certainly seems silly to go through some bruising initiation just to be greeted as a fellow monster.
Harriet, I don't know all the rules of the lodge, but I don't think I'm allowed to let you say that. Anyway, the new members are not called monsters. They're called unicorns.
unicorn?
That's right, and if I have sufficient fortitude to withstand the rigorous ordeal of initiation, I will emerge a full-fledged unicorn. Junior grade, of course.
What's a unicorn, Dad?
Well, it's an animal, and it looks like a horse has a horn coming out of its forehead.
And you want to be one?
No. David, we just use that as a symbol. Now, the unicorn is a mythical animal that was said to live in herds of about 40 or 50. They lived in caves, and they're now extinct.
50 animals in one cave. No wonder they, David, eat your fish.
You know, Harriet, I think you'd feel different about my joining this organization if you realized how much tradition there is behind it.
Oh, I don't really mind, dear.
For thousands of years, brother unicorns all over the world have been exchanging the hand clasp of good fellowship.
Do they have a secret handshake?
Oh, of course. I'll learn it tonight. Then when someone gives me the handshake, that's how I can tell he's a unicorn.
Isn't it easier to tell by the horn on his forehead?
We don't really wear horns on our foreheads, David.
Oh, that's good. I was wondering where you'd put your hat. Well, good luck, Pop.
He's a good little guy, all right.
The only thing that has me worried, dear, is aren't these initiations awfully physical? Don't they beat you with paddles and stuff?
Well, I suppose so, but whatever they have to offer, why, I'll just have to take it if I'm to be accepted as a unicorn.
Well, you're the one who's doing it. I'll tell Gloria we finished dinner. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, Gloria, I did. We're all finished dinner.
Going to the movies tonight.
I'm afraid not, Gloria. Now that we have a unicorn in the house.
I do my best, Mrs. Nelson. They must come from the house next door.
I think I'd better come to the rescue here, Gloria. To put it plain as possible, I'm going to join a lodge.
Oh, I see. A lodge what?
Now, Gloria, I'm becoming a member of a lodge, you know, sort of a club.
Oh, that's nice. I'm interested in joining clubs. What advantages does this club offer?
Gloria, all the members of this club are men.
What other advantages?
You don't understand, Gloria. This club is interested in men only.
Well, so am I.
No, Gloria, they don't allow women to join.
Oh, well, it's just as well. I already belong to 3 clubs, the Book of the Month, Automobile, and Lonely Hearts.
That must keep you plenty busy.
Oh, yeah. My favorite is the Lonely Hearts.
Oh, have you met any interesting people there?
Oh, there's some very nice people who belong. Like, for instance, Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart?
Of course, he belongs under another name, Willie Hinkle.
Oh.
I was corresponding with him, and I didn't know he was really Humphrey Bogart until he sent me his picture.
Oh, Gloria, that couldn't be Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yes, it was. Because he wanted my picture, so I sent him one of Lauren Bacall, and he married her.
Oh.
Well, Gloria, why didn't you send one of your own pictures to the Lonely Hearts Club?
Oh, I did. But they sent it right back. They said they weren't that lonely.
Gloria, I can tell by your conversation that the big interest in your life is romance.
Well, not exactly, Mr. Nelson. But just once, I would like to walk into a dance and have everybody say, "Who is it?" instead of, "What is it?" Well, I'll see you later.
Hey, you know, I'd better get moving or I'm going to miss this initiation completely.
Well, good luck, dear. And Ozzy, please be careful, won't you?
Okay, and get that worried look off your face. My insurance is all paid up. Oh, I wonder what they're really going to do to me this initiation. Well, I'll find out in a little while, I guess.
Oh, hello, Mr. Nelson. Going somewhere?
Oh, hello there. Yes, I am, Emmy Lou.
But, Mr. Nelson, where are you going without Mrs. Nelson? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, Mr. Nelson, and I'll understand. I just finished reading a beautiful story about a man who used to sneak out on his wife, but little did he know that she had a private detective following him.
Emmy Lou, I have bad news for you. Mrs. Nelson knows exactly where I'm going.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah, I hate to let you down like this, but I'm going over to the Lodge Hall. I'm being initiated tonight into the amiable and antique order of prehistoric monsters.
Oh, how positively thrilling. And do you know something? I think you'll make an absolutely fascinating monster.
Thanks, I guess.
Gosh. I hope they don't hurt you, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, I think I'll survive, Emmy Lou. I'm afraid Mrs. Nelson thinks it's going to be too tough for me, though. She doesn't seem to think I'm very rugged.
Oh, you must be mistaken. Every woman tries to believe that her husband is the bravest and strongest in the world. It's just that it's harder for Mrs. Nelson.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Emmy.
From that door. A brother who accompanieth a lowly worm who desireth the great honor of admittance into the amiable and antique order of prehistoric monsters.
Gosh, it's very impressive.
Silence!
I command that the door be opened by Brother Triceratops.
Where is the lowly worm who desires to enter our sanctum? Right here, Excellency. Is it you who knocketh and desireth admittance? Is it you who knocketh and desireth admittance?
Well, yes, I guess so.
You understand, do you not, O worm? You are begging to be admitted into an organization that was founded 194,201,945 years ago?
Yes, I understand it.
It is well. The amiable and antique order of prehistoric monsters was started when the first two hunks of animal life crawled out of the Paleozoic ooze and shook hands as they shared the first bit of dry mud on Earth. From this friendly meeting was formed this, the greatest of all organizations of brotherly friendship. Are you ready for our membership test?
Yes, sir.
Remove his blindfold, Brother Diplodocus. It is as you have commanded, almighty Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Hello, fellas.
Silence!
Okay, I'm ready to be tested. Get the paddle out and begin using it. All I ask is that you throw a little water on when my pants start smoking.
Oh, no, that is not the way we test. Anyone can stand physical pain, particularly weak-minded persons.
Uh-oh.
But we have something more difficult in mind.
Whatever it is, I'm ready to go through with it.
Good. We believe that our test will prepare you to continue happily through life, for it requires great fortitude, self-discipline, and above all, the ability to be amiable and agreeable. So your test is that you must agree with everything that everyone says until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, that's a cinch.
Silence!
Excuse me.
I think you will find it difficult. Many men have taken the test, but very, very few have ever passed it. I, the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex, of the amiable and antique order of prehistoric monsters, have spoken. Okay, fellas, bring on the beer and sandwiches.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
American industry is getting into full stride. Soon all you dreamed about, all the things that make home more comfortable, more lovely, will be at your disposal. The miraculous television set, the new refrigerator with all its scientific innovations, and yes, the lovely silver plate you've so fervently desired, so patiently waited for, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate.
And when it is again available, and that will be soon, you'll see that all we've been saying about 1847 Rogers Brothers is unmistakably true. You'll see that 1847 Rogers Brothers is America's finest silver plate, that there is nothing in silver plate that can surpass its rich, heartwarming luster, its exquisite and imaginative patterns. You'll see that the high-raised, deeply etched ornamentation of 1847 silver plate does give it a look of rich, solid silver. It's all we've told you about, all our many friends have told you about. Silver plate to enrich your home. 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate. Presenting those four lovely singing stars, the famous King Sisters.
I would gather stars out of the blue for you, just for you. And I'll make a string of pearls out of the dew for you, just for you. Over the highway and over the street, carpets of clover I lay at your feet. Oh, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, baby, just for you. I would gather stars out of the blue for you, and I'd make a string of pearls out of dew for you, over the highway and way over the street. Great big fat carpets of clover I will lay at your feet. Oh, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. Oh, for you. I'll do it all for you.
And now let's get back to Ozzie and Harriet and see what's going on at 1847 Rogers Road. Ozzie's initiation into the lodge last night was a little different than he anticipated. As our scene opens, he's talking on the telephone, checking his instructions with the chairman of the initiation committee.
What's that? Yes, sir. Okay, I'll repeat them back. As my final test of friendliness and congeniality, I am to be friendly to everyone and to agree absolutely with everything everybody says until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, thank you, sir. Goodbye. What a cinch. I can do this stand on my head. All I gotta do is agree with everything everybody says. Nothing to it.
Ozzie!
Coming, dear. Goodbye.
My goodness, what have you been doing? We're practically finished breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I've been talking on the phone. I can't tell you what it's about either. It's secret stuff regarding the lodge. And how is my beautiful wife this morning?
Well, Ozzie, you needn't be sarcastic just because I haven't done my hair yet.
But I wasn't. But yes, Harriet, dear. It's a lovely morning, isn't it?
Too cool for me.
Yes, come to think of it, it's cool, very cool, terribly cool.
Well, it isn't terribly cool.
No, of course not. Not terribly cool, just medium cool.
Care for some oatmeal?
No, I don't. Yes. I'd love some.
You'd love some. But, Ozzie, you said the other day you don't like oatmeal.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I don't like oatmeal.
But if you really want some, here's a nice heaping bowl full.
morning, David.
Hot out today, isn't it, Dan?
Yes, it is, David.
Ozzy, I thought you said it was cold.
It seems to be getting hot and cold and flat. Did you have your breakfast, David?
Long ago. I just came in to ask you if I could buy a football.
Why, yes, David.
Gee, thanks. Oh, Ozzy, don't you think David is too young to play football?
He certainly is.
Oh, Dad, can't I play football?
Why, sure.
But, Ozzy, isn't it too dangerous for him to play football?
It sure is.
But I can buy the football.
Yes, David.
Ozzy, are you crazy?
Yes, dear.
I don't know if he's crazy or not, Mother, but I like him better this way.
Oh, what a kid. Well, there at last I finished the oatmeal.
Care for another helping?
Yes, dear.
Tell me, dear, did the initiation go well last night?
Oh, yes, fine, thanks.
Well, that's nice. Ozzy, I want to ask a little favor of you.
Uh-oh.
You remember that nice fur jacket that I looked at 2 months ago?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
It was beautiful, wasn't it?
Well, it was lovely, but do you remember the price tag, dear?
Uh-huh. Wasn't much at all, was it?
No, not at all.
Well, darling, would it be all right if I went down and bought it today?
Yes, dear.
More oatmeal?
Yes, dear.
Oh, and another thing. Dear, as long as you're going to be home today, don't you think it'd be nice if you'd rake the leaves up and mow the lawn and trim the hedge and clean up that mess in the basement?
But, Harriet...
Don't you agree with me, dear?
Yes, I agree with you, dear.
Oh, and
let's play a game.
What kind of a game?
Let's play a game where nobody talks.
But I wanted to
The
ask...
first one who talks is a rotten egg.
Ozzy, what's the matter with you? Aren't you feeling well? What you need is to get your strength back. Here, you better have some more oatmeal.
Thanks, loads. Harriet, do you have any cotton batting in the house?
Oh, yes, dear. Why?
I want to stuff it in my ears.
Ozzy, what's wrong with your ears?
Nothing. I just don't want to lose the oatmeal.
Well, I'll see you later, dear. I want to get this shopping done, and I know you have plenty to do.
Oh, yes. Oh, hello, dear. When did you get back from town?
Oh, about 10 minutes ago.
Well, I finished the mowing.
Oh, but dear, look at all those ridges you left in the lawn.
Okay, dear, I'll do it over again. Mow the lawn, burn the leaves, clip the hedge, yes, until 5 o'clock. I'm lucky if I live until 5 o'clock.
Hey, Ozzy!
Oh, no, not that laughing hyena. How can I possibly be agreeable with him?
Hey, Ozzy!
Oh, hello, Harry.
And you were the guy who said he knew how to get out of working around the yard. I bet the little woman nearly grabbed you, made you work. Oh, this is killing me.
I count on that, Harry.
Oh, brother, you should see yourself. You're the funniest thing I've ever seen. Hey, look out with those hedge clippers. Get away from me.
I won't hurt you, Harry. I like you.
Look out. You ripped the button off my coat. Look out. Help!
Darling,
Yeah?
did you finish mowing the lawn and clipping the hedge and raking the leaves and cleaning the
Yes, dear.
Will you answer the door?
Yes, dear.
Ah, señor, yo no puedo vivir más porque tú eres un muchacho muy caballero, my little hot tamale.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you.
Oh, why, Mr. Jackson, how can you say such a thing, you naughty boy? Don't you remember me, Rosita Hacienda?
Well, I...
Ah, now you remember me, don't you? Didn't we have a wonderful time last night, Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Jackson, my name is...
You know something? You look very different in the daytime. Oh, but of course you have shaved off your mustache.
Yes.
You are Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Andrew Jackson, George. Yes.
Wasn't it a wonderful evening? We did the rumba. We did the samba. We did the conga. We did the bomba. A jinga, jinga, bomba. Jinga, jinga, bomba.
The boat is running.
For goodness sakes, what's going on here? Sounds like the whole porch is caving in. Who's this?
Well, this is Senorita Hacienda. Senorita, this is my wife,
Harriet.
Harriet.
This is your wife? Did you say Senor Hacienda? How can her name be Hacienda? Hacienda's a house.
Well, that's what she's built like. That's what she's built.
Your husband is such a gay fellow. We had a wonderful time last night. Didn't we, my little hot tamale?
Well, Ozzy, did you?
Yes. But, Harriet, I'm sure you must understand there is a very reasonable explanation for this, don't you? I'm sure you understand that, don't you, dear? I don't like the tone of what you're not saying.
I hope I have not made a mistake. I had a nice time last night with somebody. We did the rumba.
Oh, no.
We did the samba.
No.
We did the conga.
Yes, I know.
We did the bomba. I think that's it.
Well, there's the 5 o'clock whistle.
The 5 o'clock whistle. I made it.
Ozzy, how would you like to help me pick some flowers?
No.
Ozzy.
I don't want to do anything, Harriet. You worked me like mad today.
Ozzy, you're supposed to agree with everyone or you won't get in the lodge.
That was only until 5 o'clock. Hey, wait a minute. How did you know I was supposed to agree with everybody to get into the lodge?
Well, there you see...
So that's it. You knew I'd have to agree with you, and you took advantage of me. You worked me like a dog. I was trying to be agreeable, and you were just needling me along. Oh, Harry.
Sometimes I'm just a fiend.
Well, how did you know about it? Did the Lodge brothers tell you?
No, dear, you did.
I did?
Mm-hmm. I suppose I should have told you this a long time ago, but... Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, dear. You talk in your sleep.
Really? How long have I been doing this?
Ever since we were first married.
Gosh, I suppose I make up a lot of silly stuff.
On the contrary, you're very interesting.
Well, I imagine this must get awfully annoying to you, me talking in my sleep.
No, dear, I don't mind it when you talk in your sleep. But it does annoy me a little when you just lie there and chuckle.
Just think, all this happened as a result of my being initiated to a secret lodge.
Yep.
Well, there's one nice thing, though, dear. You can always say that for one whole day, you were married to a husband who was sweet, kind, completely agreeable, and generous. It must have been wonderful.
Ozzy, I have a TL for you.
What is it, dear?
I like you much better as your old, obnoxious self.
Thank you, dear.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in a moment. Now, back to Ozzie and Harriet.
Ozzie. Ozzie, dear. Oh, poor Ozzie. He certainly fell asleep in a hurry tonight. No wonder after the day he put in. He sure was a good sport about it all. I must tell him tomorrow I was only kidding about buying all those things. Oh, look at him sleeping so peacefully with that nice smile on his face.
Oh, my God.
I wonder what he's dreaming about.
Jinga, jinga, boom, bye.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ozzie,
Yes, Harriet?
what's the latest in the international situation?
Just this, that the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is international sterling.
Oh, Ozzie, everybody knows that.
The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, present the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Let's look in on the Nelsons at 1847 Rogers Road and see what Ozzie and Harriet are doing today. Oh, but wait. First, let's look in on the little shack on the vacant lot next door where David and Ricky Nelson and some of their little friends are holding a club meeting. As our scene opens, we hear a sound so familiar to the mother of every 8-year-old boy. Let's listen.
Then I close in on them and kill them all. Then I sneak over to the camp and kill the sentries. Then I wipe out the whole camp. Hey, wait a minute, David. Maybe one of them would kill you. Why? What have they got against me? Hey, you guys, how about playing some baseball? We can't, Ricky. I accidentally cracked the bat yesterday. Let's call Anthony. He's got a bat. We can't. It was on his head that I accidentally cracked it. Speaking of bats, we sure could use a new baseball bat and some more gloves. Yeah, but talk is cheap. We ain't got enough money to buy nothing. What do we got in the treasury, Tommy? You mean exactly? Yeah, what's in the treasury? Well, there's 52 cents, 14 airplane pictures, 130 marbles, 2 turtles, and Tom's kid brother Herman that we're holding till Tom pays his dues. There must be some way we can raise money. Why don't we hold another raffle? Yeah, that's a good idea. Last time we held a raffle, we sold 27 raffles at 5 cents each. That's right. The guy who had the lucky number even refused the prize. Yeah, we couldn't get rid of Tom's kid brother Herman that way either. Hey, I got a good idea, hey? Why don't we rent this club to somebody to live in, and we can collect the rent, hey? No, we can't. Why not? The OPA. What's the OPA? I don't know, but Pop says they don't let you do nothing. Say, I got a better idea. There's a lot of people that want places to live. Why don't we tear down this little shack and put up a great big apartment house? Then we could collect way more rent. Hey, that's a great idea, hey. It'd be easy to build. There's lots of old red bricks laying around the lot, hey. Let's make it a real big one. 200 stories. Have we got enough bricks for that, hey? Oh, sure. There must be 50 or 60 of them out there. Well, maybe you guys are right. Yeah, it's easy to put up apartment houses these days, too. You don't need to build no roof. No roof? You know, that's something else I heard my pop say. That OPA, they put a ceiling on everything. One thing, though. Let's not rent it to any families with kids. Children are too destructive and mischievous. Oh, I don't know. Oh, yes. They keep tracking the floor and marking the walls no matter how many times my mother tells me. Come on, fellas. Let's start building right now, hey? Oh, just a minute. We're forgetting something important. Like what? Well, first we gotta make a syndicate. Can't we just make the apartment house?
No. First we gotta make the syndicate. Look at Ricky. Don't even know what a syndicate is.
I don't know what a syndicate is either, Tommy.
Well, that's how big businessmen do things. Well, didn't your pop ever get together with a bunch of other guys in something very important?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's a syndicate.
Oh, a poker game.
Well, come on, guys. Let's start building the house.
Okay. I'll go get some shovels and a bag of cement. We'll get to work right away, right, Tommy?
Yeah, and look what I've got. I just wrote an ad for the papers when we finish the house.
You mean for the want ad?
Yeah, listen to this. Beautiful apartments to rent, $2 a month. P.S. $1 a month if you're a candy manufacturer.
Evening, dear.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
What's wrong, Ozzy? You look upset.
I am upset. Harriet, do you know what a man down the street just told me?
No, I don't, but I think you're good looking.
Oh, well, this has nothing to do with my looks. It seems that a very disturbing rumor is spreading through the neighborhood.
What's that?
Well, you know that vacant lot right next door to us?
Yeah.
Well, some big syndicate is putting up an immense apartment house on it. Heard it from Charlie Hooper, and then from old Mr. Carlton, and then Ben told me the same thing.
Are you sure about this?
Just as sure as I'm a human being.
Well, let's not worry until it's more definite. And, dear, besides, you know, it's not a very nice lot, you know. In fact, the kids call it the Rogers Road Dust Bowl.
No, I think this is pretty serious, Harriet. Big apartment house right next door? Isn't exactly my idea of something to laugh about. I like neighbors, but not about 200 of them 10 feet away.
I guess you're right at that.
Besides blocking off our house and turning this street into a traffic street and a lot of other things like that, it's going to deprive all the kids of their only playground around here.
And you're right.
They always have so much fun playing there, too.
Remember the time they were playing Follow the Leader and they all climbed up that telephone pole and then they dared you to do it?
I did it too, didn't I?
Yeah. And it wasn't so very much trouble for the fire department to get you down.
You know, Harriet, when I passed that clubhouse tonight on the way home, I felt terrible. All those kids, and soon they'll have no place to play. And just because some big syndicate decided to make a few more dollars. It seems to me that the freedom of youth is worth a good deal more to the community than the desires of a few big businessmen. Has the time come that we've thrown over the principles of democracy and justice for the many merely because of the importance of a select few?
The senator from California has the floor. And now may I ask you a question?
Go right ahead.
How many times have you seen Anchors Away?
Okay.
Oh, no, you're right, dear. That apartment house is bad for a lot of reasons, especially from the kids' point of view.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to do everything I can to prevent it. Maybe I won't be able to, but I sure will try. I'll tell you that much.
Hello, Mom. Hiya, Pop.
Hello, David.
Hello, son.
Say, Pop, you know what me and the fellas are doing?
Not now, David. Mother and I are discussing something very important.
It'll only take a minute, Pop.
Later, son, please. This discussion concerns you two, and it's really very important. You know, Harriet, maybe I'll look up the zoning restrictions on apartment houses.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Pop. The apartment house.
Oh, so you know about it?
Of course. As a matter of fact...
Well, David, I want you to tell every single one of your friends that your father is doing everything in his power to stop that apartment house from going up.
You're trying to stop it? But, Pop...
If I have to dig into every legal book in the library, if I have to get out an injunction, even if I have to take it to court, I'll do what I can to prevent it.
Gee whiz, Pop.
So just go out and tell the boys that that's the way your pop feels about it.
Okay, if you say so. Bye, David. Bye. Gee, I wonder what it feels like to be a hermit.
Yes, sir, I want those kids to know that they have one real friend.
Oh, honey, now look, don't you think you may be getting all worked up unnecessarily? It could be just a rumor, you know.
No, this is pretty definite. As a matter of fact, the whole thing is really my fault anyway. I was on the verge of buying that lot any number of times. If only I'd bought it, this never would have happened. Do you remember once about 3 years ago? I was going to buy that lot then, but something interfered. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, you didn't have enough money.
Oh, yeah. And then later on, that second time I was going to buy it, something came up again, didn't it? What was that?
You didn't have enough money?
Oh, yeah. And the third time I almost bought it. See, what was wrong then?
You didn't have enough money.
It's always something, isn't it? If only I'd have bought that lot when I wanted to, everything would be all right now.
Oh, well, let's not talk about it till after we eat, dear. Dinner's almost ready.
Okay, but that's what always happens when you put something off until tomorrow. Somebody else goes and does it, and then you just feel like kicking yourself. 3 times I was going to buy that apartment.
Nelson, you've been sitting there with a sour face all through dinner.
No, I'm sorry, dear. I was thinking about the syndicate buying that lot. I didn't realize I was being such a sourpuss. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah, mine'll show your teeth. I want to be able to tell you from the dill pickle.
Well, Harriet, I'm just sore about not buying it. I kept putting it off and putting it off.
Oh, I know, dear. I was just teasing you. Before we sit down and start figuring out what to do, I'll call Gloria so she can clear the table. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, Gloria, I did. We finished dinner.
All right, Mrs. Nelson. And if you'll pardon me for saying so, Mr. Nelson looks very unhappy this evening.
Oh, well, I'm sort of burned up at myself, Gloria. It's exactly as my mother always says. Procrastination is the thief of time.
Oh, you're telling me.
Oh, have you ever kept putting something off and finally wound up not doing it at all?
Have you ever seen the dust on the piano?
Well, you see, Gloria, Mr. Nelson's always wanted to buy that vacant lot next door. And it's rumored now that some big syndicate went and bought it.
Did he?
Yeah, that's right. Somebody else bought that lot next door.
Oh, that's too bad. When are they going to take it away?
No, nobody's taking the lot away, Gloria.
Oh, well, that's good. It'd leave such an awful hole.
It's even worse than that. It seems they're going to build a big apartment house next door.
We're pretty upset about the whole thing. The children will have no place to play. Noisy neighbors can often be very disagreeable.
Oh, I had a very disagreeable neighbor once. It was terrible. Mrs. Nelson, what would you do if you had a neighbor who shook out her dust mop practically in your living room and made noise late at night and always walked across your lawn?
Well, first I'd talk to her about it.
That's what I thought, but no, this woman had to call the police.
But, Gloria, it's not only the neighbors. There's so many reasons. It'll ruin our view, for one thing.
Ruin the view?
Sure, you won't be able to see anything, will you?
Well, that depends on how far down they pull their shades. Well, I'll see you later.
Good old Gloria. Well, let's try to figure out what we can do about this apartment house, shall we, dear?
I hate to be a wet blanket, honey, but I don't think there's much you can do.
Say, Harriet, I just thought of something. Maybe that big syndicate hasn't bought the lot yet.
What makes you say that?
Well, I understand that Mrs. Appleby, the lady who owns it, has been out of town for a few weeks. She just got back today. Maybe that company's been making plans before buying the lot. Could be. At least it's worth going over there.
You mean over to Mrs. Appleby?
Well, sure. If we get to her before the syndicate does, we'll buy the lot first.
Well, it's up to you. But they probably already bought it, honey.
And if they have, I'll fight it to the last. I'll write to my congressman. If that doesn't help, I'll go see the governor. And if that doesn't help, I'll go to see President Truman himself.
Could you get in to see President Truman?
Well, of course. President Truman and I are very close friends.
Really?
Well, at the last meeting of the Musicians' Union, I met a guy who knows a fellow who was a friend of the man that tunes his piano.
And now our lovely singing stars, the 4 famous King sisters.
I'm gonna love that guy like he's never been loved before. I'm gonna show that guy he's the fella that I adore. When he's in my arms again, our dreams will all come true. Then the years between might never have been. We'll start our lives anew. I'm gonna kiss that boy like he's never been kissed before. And though I miss that guy, he's the fellow I'm waiting for. We'll never part again, he'll hold my heart again, forever and evermore. I'm gonna love that guy like he's never been loved before. When he's in my arms again, our dreams will all come true. Then the years between might never have been. We'll start our lives anew. I'm gonna kiss that guy like he's never been kissed before. And though I miss that guy, he's a fellow I'm waiting for. We'll never part again, he'll hold my heart again, forever and evermore. I'm gonna love that guy like he's never, no, never loved before.
Now back to Ozzie and Harriet. The kids of the neighborhood really started something when they decided to enlarge their clubhouse on the vacant lot next door. As a result, a false rumor started that a big syndicate was planning to build an apartment house there. Ozzie, in order to stop the building, decided to try to buy the lot before the syndicate did. We find him now, with Harriet, ringing the doorbell at Mrs. Appleby's, the woman who owns the lot.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Appleby. Do you remember me? I live right...
Oh, of course. Come right in. When did you get to town?
Mrs. Appleby, I think you have me confused.
Oh, aren't you a fellow by the name of Peterson who owned a leather and harness shop next to the drugstore in Scranton, Pennsylvania?
No, and my name is Nelson.
Oh, of course. I don't know how I mistook you for Mr. Peterson. His eyes are brown, and you're wearing a gray suit, and he died 5 years ago.
Oh, yes. You know my wife, don't you, Mrs. Appleby?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Appleby?
No, I'm Mrs. Nelson.
Oh, of course, my dear. You know, every time I see you two, I can't help noticing how much Mr. Nelson resembles my first husband, Cedric.
Oh, that's nice.
It's too bad we had to be divorced, but I guess it had to come. I ate crackers in bed, and poor Cedric couldn't stand the crumbs.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Those crumbs in bed used to drive Cedric crazy, and he was so clever. You know what he told the judge?
No, what did he tell the judge?
He said he just had to have a divorce because instead of being wedded, he was gradually being breaded. Isn't that clever?
Yes. I'd like to talk to you about...
Naturally, when I married for the second time, I didn't eat crackers in bed. Heaven forbid. I wouldn't dream of eating crackers in bed.
Oh, well, that's good.
But we were divorced, too. Those lamb chops cost just as much trouble.
Oh, Mrs. Appleby, the reason we dropped
That
in
was my second husband. I've had 3, you know. That's right, 3 husbands. Now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Well, to come right to the point, Mrs. Appleby...
You know there's someone else you remind me of. I know. It's that young fellow who lives right around the corner on Rogers Road.
Well, that's me, Mrs. Appleby.
Oh, it couldn't be. This fellow's name is Nelson.
Yes, that's me. My name is Nelson.
Of course. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have such a poor memory. Nelson, let me see. Oh, I know how I can remember it. The same as Battling Nelson, who won the lightweight championship from Joe Gans in Reno, Nevada on April 11th, 1917 at 133 pounds in 6 rounds, and I won 60 cents on him at 3-2 odds. Yes, sir. That's how I remember you, Mr. Dempsey.
Mrs. Appleby.
Yes?
Mrs. Appleby, are you interested in selling that lot next to my house?
Mr. Nelson, is that what you came over here to ask me?
Yes.
Well, for goodness sakes, what was all that beating around the bush for?
Well, I'm kind of a blabbermouth. But tell me, you haven't promised that lot to anybody else, have you?
Oh, no.
Then will you take a $50 deposit on it and hold it for me?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Nelson, if you wish to buy it.
Oh, that's fine.
We'll let you know as soon as possible.
Here's the $50, Mrs. Appleby.
And now I think we'd better be going.
Oh, but Mr. Nelson, I haven't even told you why my last husband left me.
I know why. You ate grapefruits in bed.
Why, that's right. I ate grapefruits in bed. But how did you know?
I remember the headline in the society column that day. Mrs. Appleby squirts off third drip. Goodbye.
Is this the place you mean, dear?
Yeah, this is it. I've seen their ads in the paper.
Well, you go ahead, dear, and I'll see you at home later, okay? Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome to the Helping Hand Finance Company.
I'm thinking of buying some real estate, and I'd like to see about borrowing some money.
Well, you came to the right place, friend. Because we always have plenty of money. Lots of money. Now, what would you like? $10,000?
No,
$100,000?
no,
$1 million?
no.
No loan is too big or too small for the Helping Hand Finance Company. We just lend money and lend money. Now, what's your name, please?
Nelson. Ozzie Nelson. I phoned you a while ago.
Oh, yes. I think we got some information on you. Just a few pertinent facts our investigators checked on. Now, let's see. Oh, here it is. Ozzie Nelson, born on... We've led a very interesting life, haven't we?
Well, you know, that is...
And let's see. One night in June 1938, while you were...
If that was that night in Pismo Beach...
This is in Toledo.
Oh.
And then you...
What's the matter?
I just got to Pismo Beach. Well, I guess it'll be all right. Now, how much do you want to borrow?
Well, you see, I'm not sure yet. I just wanted to line everything up for a certain big deal. Suppose I call back tomorrow. Would that be all right?
Mr. Nelson, yes. We'll be happy to serve you. And please bear in mind, Mr. Nelson, or Ozzie, if I may, we don't want you to look upon this as a cold business deal. We want you to think of us as warm friends who are glad to help you out in your hour of need. Your signature on one of our applications is like the warm hand clasp of two dear friends. That's why we call ourselves the Helping Hand Finance Company, because we give you a helping hand.
Oh, well, thanks. Oh, just one thing. Suppose I can't meet my payments on time. Do you still extend a helping hand?
Well, in that case, we use our foot a little.
Yes, dear.
Honey, I've been thinking over this whole business about the apartment.
I know, dear, you've been thinking, but your husband's a man of action. I've got everything lined up. My credit's okay at the finance company, and now I'll go over to Mrs. Appleby and start to talk real business.
But, darling...
I can just imagine how that big syndicate is going to feel when they find out they've been outsmarted by a guy who's a little too fast for them.
Well, I just hope you haven't wasted $50 and a whole lot of time and energy, that's all.
Oh, Harriet, please.
Oh, Mom. Oh, Pop.
David, what did the gang say when you told them your old man was putting a stop to that apartment house business, eh?
Well, they were kind of mad at first, but then we held a meeting and decided to dig a hole to China instead.
Oh, well, that's, what is that?
Well, as long as you wouldn't let our syndicate build the apartment house, we already had the shovels and stuff.
Wait a minute. You mean that you kids...
And there you have it, folks. The mystery of the big syndicate is explained.
Oh, Harriet. And you were right all the time. I'm a fool, that's what I am. I'm a dope. I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. Well?
Keep going, dear. I'll tell you when to stop.
get it.
Hello, Mr. Nelson, Mrs. Nelson. Remember me, Mrs. Appleby? Oh, my goodness, that rhymes, doesn't it? Well, I had a little trouble finding
Pardon
it.
me, but did you happen to come in to see us about the lot, Mrs. Appleby?
Did I? Oh, yes, of course. Yes. I came to find out if you still want to buy it.
Mrs. Appleby, I'm sorry to cause you this trouble, but we've decided not to buy the lot. Naturally, we forfeit the $50 deposit.
Oh, no. I insist on giving it back to you.
Oh, but Mrs. Appleby, we want to be fair with you. After all, you lose enough by not selling the lot.
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. You see, I've already sold the lot, and I was afraid you'd be upset about it.
Oh, you sold it?
Yes, isn't that good news? Late this afternoon, some nice man from a syndicate called on me, and he bought it. He's going to put up a nice big apartment house. Isn't that wonderful?
Here we go again.
International Silver Company, creators of International Sterling, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra.
And don't forget, the solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
You're right, Harriet. The solid silver with beauty that lives forever is International Sterling.
This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were B. Benaderet, John Brown, Joel Davis, Tommy Cook, and Henry Blair. Original music was composed by Billy May. This is Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
See if you can guess this one.
Is it a song or a slogan?
No, it's a slogan. A very popular slogan.
Go ahead.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, that's easy. America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Oh, you're just too smart.
Sure.
From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, present The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Well, folks, let's look in on the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. It's late morning, but Ozzie and Harriet haven't even eaten breakfast yet. They were up quite late last night, and as we join them in the living room, they're discussing the events of the night before.
Gee, that was a wonderful party last night, wasn't it, Harriet?
Yeah, it certainly was. And it's amazing what happens to you after one glass of beer.
Now, just what is that supposed to mean? You trying to imply that one glass of beer made me, shall we say, a little hazy?
We shall say it.
It's ridiculous. After the party, I drove us home all right, didn't I?
See what I mean? We're the ones that gave the party.
I was just going along with the gag, Smarty. It's a very lovely party, and you know it. Have you called the insurance company yet?
No, I haven't really checked to see if there's any damage. Say, we certainly had a lot of interesting people here last night, didn't we?
Yeah, I wonder who they were. A lot of them were complete strangers to me. Of course, I was busy most of the evening being the perfect host.
Oh, yeah, you were the perfect host.
Well, now, why do you say it that way? I thought I was very attentive and very charming. I hope you noticed that I admired each and every woman's dress as she walked into the room.
You admired every woman's dress, all right. In fact, you mortified that one woman completely.
Well, how should I know she wasn't wearing a bustle?
Oh, say, and speaking of being a perfect host, How about the time you helped serve the sandwiches?
I thought I served the sandwiches very well.
Well, honey, there are certain things that guests take for granted. You didn't have to keep saying, they're free, they're free.
Everybody knew I was only kidding. Oh, and by the way, dear, if we ever give another party, let's not invite that Charlie, huh?
Charlie who?
You know, that Charlie whatchamacallit.
Oh, him. I thought you liked him.
Oh, I guess he's all right, but he's such a ham. Always trying to hog the spotlight and be the life of the party.
Well, I didn't notice. When was that?
When? Why, every time I began my impersonation of Edward G. Robinson. You know, the one where I put the cigar in my mouth and I say, oh, so you guys are...
Okay, dear, okay. I've heard it so many times.
And another thing, how Charlie can tell those corny old jokes.
Oh, hey, did you notice how all the women left the room every time somebody started telling a risque joke?
Yes, that always annoys me. Why can't they let the men hear it, too?
Oh, it was a swell party, though. I really had a wonderful evening. Wasn't it fun dancing for a change?
Yeah, it sure was. Hey, how about that big fat friend of yours doing the Roomba?
Yeah, she was quite a sight.
I'll say every time she danced around the room once, she rearranged the furniture twice.
I wonder if Gloria has breakfast ready yet. I'm absolutely starved.
Starved?
Well, not exactly, but you know how us women like to exaggerate a little.
Oh, yes, which brings up a little matter I've been wanting to talk to you about.
What's that, dear?
That exaggeration of yours at the party last night, the one that involved me.
Well, I've been wondering when you're going to bring that up.
Why did you announce to everybody that I could do 50 push-ups?
Well, I'm proud of you, dear.
Were you proud of me when I could only do 7 and nearly burst a blood vessel?
You certainly let me down.
That's just the point I'm trying to make. I didn't let you down. You just built me up too high.
Well, how would it have sounded if I'd said, my husband can do 5 push-ups? That'd be pretty small potatoes. So I simply said 50. You noticed that everybody was very much impressed.
Yeah, until I couldn't get up after the 7th one. You must exaggerate, dear. I wish you'd leave me out of it. Oh, here's David. Good morning, son.
Morning, Pop. Morning, Mom.
Good morning, David.
When are we going to have breakfast, Mom?
Well, maybe I'd better go out in the kitchen and see how Gloria's coming along. Party kept her sort of busy last night, and she cleaned up afterwards. I'll be back in a minute.
How was the party last night, Pop?
Oh, it was a lot of fun, except for one embarrassing situation your mother got me in.
What happened, Pop?
Well, your mother insisted on bragging about me, and she just let herself go. Of course, she's a very lovely and wonderful woman, and I wouldn't criticize her for the world. But, oh, brother, how that gal can exaggerate things.
I know, Pop. When she tells other kids' mothers about my grades, she always adds 5 points onto every subject.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what she'd tell them if you made 100 and something.
Don't worry about it, Pop. There's not a chance.
Oh, why not, David?
Well, nobody's perfect, you know.
Where'd you pick that line up?
From you.
Oh. When you get older, son, you'll find out that women are the biggest problem in a man's life. They're so stubborn and obstinate. Yet at the same time, they're so changeable and confusing. It's impossible for you to figure them out.
Well, gee whiz, Dad. Why do men marry them?
Well, I'll take that up in a different talk. Right now, it's your mother's exaggerating I'm going to work on.
How, Pop?
Well, I don't know just yet. Say, David, I've got it. Why didn't I think of this before? This is wonderful.
What is it, Pop?
It's the old psychology. You see, all I have to do is start exaggerating things much worse than she ever dreamed of. When she sees how silly that sounds, she'll quit exaggerating things herself. Do you understand?
Sure. Oh, boy, that sounds good.
Now, David, don't be surprised at anything I say at breakfast. I may say some very strange things, but I think this will cure your mother.
Okay, Pop. Can I help you?
Well, thanks, David, but I can handle it myself. When I really make up my mind to change something about your mother, you know what happens.
I sure do, Pop. But you might as well try anyway.
How's breakfast, dear?
Oh, just fine.
That's good.
Gee, I'm starved.
I haven't had anything to eat for 2 weeks.
What did you say, Pop?
I said I haven't had anything to eat for 2 weeks.
Neither have I. What's the matter, dear?
Nothing. Listen to this, David. Oh, Harriet, did I ever tell you about that fellow in my lodge?
What about him?
Well, do you know what he had for breakfast every morning? 135 eggs.
Sunny side up?
Harriet, when I say that a fellow eats 135 eggs every morning, isn't there a certain bet you'd like to make with me?
Of course. I'll bet you he likes eggs.
Well, and there's something else I forgot to mention. This fellow that eats the 135 eggs for breakfast, he also finishes off 50 quarts of milk, 10 loaves of bread, and 6 dozen wheat cakes.
And a pickle.
Another slice of bread, dear?
Thank you. By the way, Harriet, I saw the strangest thing in the paper this morning. It's all about a boy with 2 heads.
Oh, is that so? Another boy with 2 heads. There have been several cases like that lately.
Well, this one is very unusual because one of his heads is smarter than the other, and this boy is in 4B and 4A at the same time.
That's right. Half of them is in my class.
A little more milk, dear?
No, thanks. I don't feel like eating anymore. I wonder what happened to Gloria.
Well, I don't know, dear, but if you've finished breakfast, I'll call her. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, Gloria, I did. We finished breakfast. Imagine you must be pretty tired after the party last night, huh?
Oh, I don't mind. Just that one couple did keep me awake, though.
Oh, who was that?
Well, after everybody else went home, there was one silly couple out on the porch. And they were mooning and cooing and talking mushy talk, and I just couldn't fall asleep.
But, Gloria, you can't hear anything on the porch from your room.
You can if you lean out the window.
Was there much food left over, Gloria?
Well, let me see. There were 21 sandwiches.
Oh, 21 sandwiches left over.
Yeah.
And did you put them away?
Well, I put away 11, but I couldn't eat another 5.
Well, thanks to you, Gloria, everything at the party went smoothly, with the possible exception of those cocktails you mixed. Boy, they were really something.
Oh, that's a wonderful drink, Mr. Nelson. I invented it myself. I call it the air pressure cocktail.
The air pressure cocktail?
One drink and you blow your top.
Oh, so that's what it was.
My boyfriend, Elmer, really knows how to make strong drinks. He once mixed a drink, and all he took was one sip, and he ran up to the wall and drew a great big picture of an automobile on it.
Oh, isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah. And then I took a sip, jumped in, and drove home. Well, I better take this pile of dishes away. Oh, before I go, I knew there was something I wanted to tell you. You know that drain in the sink that we've had so much trouble with?
Yes.
Well, there was something left in some of the glasses, and I poured them into the sink. It's not clogged up anymore. I'll see you later.
Harriet, did you hear that story Gloria told about the drink in the automobile?
Yes, I thought it was very funny.
You didn't think it was an exaggeration?
Well, what do you mean, Ozzie?
I simply mean that you've become so accustomed to exaggerations, dear, that you don't even notice them anymore. Now, take that fantastic story I told you before about a guy eating 135 eggs, 10 loaves of bread, 6 dozen wheat cakes, and 50 quarts of milk in one meal. It didn't even surprise you.
Well, why should it surprise me? I've had your relatives over for dinner. Your Uncle Peter could eat that guy under the table and then eat the table right off of him. The last time your Uncle Peter had dinner here, you could reconstruct the skeleton of a cow from the bones in his plate.
Harriet, it so happens that my Uncle Peter hasn't even got any teeth.
Then I got news for you. He gummed us out of 40 red points.
Harriet, I'm merely trying to show you how foolish it is to exaggerate things. I know you don't mean any harm, but it's little things, like the price of a dress, the age of a piece of antique furniture.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, dear?
Gee, I almost forgot the antique man's coming this morning.
Antique man? Harriet, you're not going to do the living room over again, are you?
Well...
But, Harriet, I had a hard time wearing those chairs down so they'd fit me. Why, it would be like selling a part of me. A very important part to me.
Well, I'm not sure I'm going to do it, honey. And even if I do, I'll be haggling for at least a month at the antique dealers. Maybe I change my mind. Excuse me, will you, dear?
But, Harriet, I haven't finished.
Oh, you don't mind eating alone, do you?
I mean about the exaggerating.
Oh, that. I promise never to do it again as long as I live.
There's an exaggeration right there. I'm going to cure her of that exaggerating if it's the last thing I do. And there's a distinct possibility it'll be the last thing I do.
The silver plate of 1847 Rogers Brothers is about ready to make a trip. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, America's finest silver plate is all set to go from Meriden, Connecticut, to the silverware dealer, to you. And let me tell you, it'll make the trip in style. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate will leave Meriden groomed in perfect beauty, as lovely as artistic hands can make it. And I'll wager if you could be around when it arrives at your silverware dealers, you'd see that old expert's eyes light up with welcome. It's been a long time since he's seen silver plate with the exquisite, unmistakable craftsmanship of 1847 Rogers Brothers. A long time since he's been able to say to one of you, now here's silver plate with design features formerly found only in solid silver. Well, it's a long time since you've seen 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate yourself, but it won't be much longer. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate is coming your way soon. So keep an eye out for it. Give it a welcome home. It's America's finest silver plate. Your silver plate. Created by famous 1847 Rogers Brothers. And here are our lovely singing stars, the four famous King sisters.
I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I guess I'll always be this way. Nothing
Ozzie seems to have quite a problem on his hands trying to figure out a way to cure Harriet of her tendency to exaggerate things. Right now, he's out on the front lawn thinking things over and hunting for devil grass when the Bobby Sox department from next door calls to him.
Hello, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, hello there, Emmy Lou.
How are you doing with that devil grass?
Oh, pretty good. I wish that was my only problem.
Oh, something serious?
Well, no, not really, but it's something that might eventually prove embarrassing.
Could I be of any help? I've got $9 saved up out of my allowance.
Oh, well, thanks very much, but that's not what I meant this time. You see, I've been trying to prove something to Mrs. Nelson. And so far, I've been completely unsuccessful.
What's it about?
It's this business of exaggeration, Emmy Lou. Why do women exaggerate anyway?
Women don't exaggerate, Mr. Nelson.
They don't.
No. It's just that after they get done telling the truth, they keep on talking.
Yes, it does sound pretty reasonable, but I still don't understand it.
Well, I'll try to explain it to you, Mr. Nelson. Suppose I'm introduced to some boy and he's really an absolute goon. Do you imagine for one moment that I'm going to tell my girlfriends that I met a goon? Of course not. I tell them that I met the most divine man, an utterly handsome, simply super dreamboat.
Oh, and then they think he's quite a guy, huh?
Oh, no. Then they know he's a goon or I wouldn't have said all that.
Emmy Lou, you're going to make some man a fine wife. You're confusing already. Let's get back to my problem. How am I going to stop Mrs. Nelson from exaggerating?
Well, let me see now. Oh, I have an idea. You could... No, that wouldn't work. See, how does this sound to you? You could... No, that wouldn't work.
Say maybe I could...
No, that wouldn't work either. It really is a problem, Mr. Nelson.
Maybe I was on the right track before when I was exaggerating things to show her how silly it sounded.
That sounds like a good idea.
I know, but it didn't work. Maybe I wasn't exaggerating the right things. Maybe I should get something she cares more about.
Who's that man going into your house?
Oh, it's probably the antique dealer.
Are you getting new furniture?
Well, Mrs. Nelson thinks so. Wouldn't be new anyway. It'd just be different old furniture. She's going to sell a few things to him, I think.
Oh.
As I was saying, if there were only... Hey, wait a minute. That's it. Antiques. Now, that's something that Harriet's crazy about.
What are you going to do, Mr. Nelson?
Boy, have I got an idea. When he tries to buy a piece of furniture, I'll put a figure on it that's so ridiculous he won't buy anything. And that'll show Harriet where exaggeration can get you.
That's a wonderful idea, Mr. Nelson. Go ahead.
No, not yet. First, I'll wait till he's in the house and looking over something he seems to like. Then I'll come in with the surprises. By the time I get through, George Washington will have slept on every antique we have in the house, including the chandelier.
Mrs. Nelson?
Yes. Are you Mr. Johnson from the antique shop?
Oh, no. My name is Clark. I'm from the county tax assessor's office. Just dropped in to get an estimate on your furniture so we can figure out your tax. Won't hurt at all. This year we're using Novocaine.
You certainly seem happy at your work.
Oh, I've been at it a long time. Know it like a book. Yes, ma'am. When I start assessing, I ain't just a guessing.
If it's got to be done, it's got to be done. Here's the living room. Go ahead and assess.
Okay, I'll start with this table here. Well, it's very nice. Looks moderately priced. I'd say $50.
That's about right. Oh, hello, dear.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Ozzie, this is Mr. Clark.
How do you do? I was just looking this table over, Mr. Nelson. Your wife and I figure it's worth about $50.
$50? Are you kidding? This table is worth $5,750.
Ozzie!
Is this on the level?
Absolutely.
Well, I'll take your word for it, but just looks like an ordinary table to me.
As a matter of fact, it was originally a footstool used by an old Scottish knight, 8 feet tall. Of course, the knights were longer in those days.
Mr. Clark
and
is
I
from
suppose you think this piano here is an ordinary piano?
Well, it looks like a regular piano.
Well, sir, this is one of the most valuable antiques in all America.
This happens to be the very piano that the finance company took back from Franz Schubert.
Amazing. Are you sure of that?
Well, why do you think he never finished the unfinished symphony?
Oh, say, I was wondering why he hadn't written anything lately.
Ozzy, why don't you let Mr. Clark judge these things himself?
My wife is very modest about it, but practically everything in this room is a rare treasure.
Oh, brother.
Hey, I'd better mark some of these things down. You have a pencil?
Well, here, you can borrow my pen.
Thanks. Now, what would you say that piano and bench were worth, Mr. Nelson?
Oh, really, Mr. Clark?
Well, that's hard to say. Let me see. I tell you what, just put down any large figure. You won't be more than a few $100,000 off.
Well, if you insist, I'll just... Oop. Say, one thing I know ain't a rare antique is this pen you just handed me. Look, I got ink all over my hands. And besides, it's got the initial N on it for Nelson.
Mr. Clark, N also stands for Napoleon, you know. It just so happens that was Napoleon's favorite pen.
You mean he got ink on his fingers, too?
Why do you think he kept his hand inside his coat all the time?
Say, Mrs. Nelson, you know, you haven't entered the conversation.
I'm a little sorry I entered the room.
She's very modest about all this.
Well, so much for the antiques. Now let's get down to the everyday stuff, like, well, this floor lamp here.
Oh, well, that's just
Mr. Clark, you have just succeeded not only in picking out one of the most valuable possessions in the house, you have picked out the most valuable.
This floor lamp?
That's right. This floor lamp, as you so casually put it, was once used by Julius Caesar.
Oh, now wait a minute. Electricity wasn't even discovered then.
Now do you see why it's so valuable?
Oh, sure. Well, now tell me, Mr. Nelson, about what would you say the contents of the house are worth? Conservative.
Oh, I'd say conservatively, $450,000.
I give up.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. You've been most cooperative.
It's been a pleasure, I'm sure, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Nelson, before I go, may I say just one thing?
Go right ahead. Silly sort of a fellow, isn't he? But a nice chap.
Ozzy Nelson, will you please explain those ridiculous stories you were telling that man? The way you were exaggerating.
Oh, was I exaggerating?
Well, you know you were, and it was very embarrassing to me.
Ah, now you begin to understand how embarrassing it is to me when you exaggerate.
Darling, I hate to take that big, happy smile off your face, but do you know who that nice man was?
Well, certainly, the antique man.
No, dear. That was the assessor for our personal property tax, and this year it's going to be a honey.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Go on, tell me. I deserve it. Tell me what you think of me. I'm a dope. I'm a moron. Isn't that what you want to tell me?
Of course not, darling. You meant well. I think you're the smartest, the sweetest, the cleverest, the handsomest, the most wonderful husband in the whole wide world.
Well, at least I got you out of the habit of exaggerating.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in a moment. But first,
Mr. Smith, I have a bone to pick with you. Do you know what I did yesterday? I went to my silverware dealer and asked for 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate.
and he didn't have it.
He said if he could have sold 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate to all the people who've been asking for it the last 3 years, he could have been retired by now.
I'm sorry, really sorry. But if you recall, all I've said is that 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate will be back at your dealer soon. And that soon is getting closer every day.
Well, perhaps it's a little my fault. I'm so anxious to get 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, I run every time I hear the name. And by the way, I saw a lovely 1847 Rogers Brothers pattern in a magazine the other day, and I've been trying to remember the name of it.
Well, what's it like?
Well, it has 2 flower ornaments, one right where the shaft joins the bowl, and the other about halfway up.
Oh, that sounds like adoration.
That's it. adoration.
Did you notice how richly raised those ornaments were? That's a feature exclusive with 1847 Rogers Brothers.
That's the pattern for me. I won't take anything else, no matter how long I have to wait.
That's a sound resolution, madam. There's no silver plate more worth waiting for than 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now back to Ozzie and Harriet.
What's that paper you've got there, dear?
It's a copy of our tax report. We owe exactly $152,740. And by the way, dear, from now on you better wipe your shoes before you come into the house. Our living room alone is worth $500,000.
Golly. Well, I better get down to the tailor shop tonight.
The tailor shop? What for?
Well, from there you can dig the shortest tunnel under the bank on the corner.
Well, I guess you suffered long enough, honey. Get that prison pallor out of your face. Our tax bill's very small because Mr. Clark got the correct figures and it's all straightened out.
Well, Harriet, that's wonderful, marvelous. How did it happen?
Well, all the time you were telling Mr. Clark those ridiculous things about our furniture,
Yeah?
I was standing behind you making certain widely used motions with my finger and forehead to indicate that your mental development had been arrested rather prematurely. And then later I phoned him to make sure.
Well, that's swell, I guess, but, well, just what did you tell him?
Well, you understand, dear, we were in a tough spot.
Yes, I know. What did you tell him?
In an emergency like this, you have to think fast, you know. I had to say something.
Harriet, what did you tell the man?
I told him you had a brain the size of a peanut.
There you go, exaggerating again.
International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra.
And don't forget, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
You're right, Harriet. America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were B. Benaderet, John Brown, Joel Davis, Louise Erickson. Original music was composed by Billy May. This is Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.